Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for some top 10 gaming tragedies? It's showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. Does this seem a little bit familiar? Are we revisiting? Or is it something completely different? We weren't revisiting the first trial. We were looking into the even more distant past. Phoenix did play cards with another man back in the past, but that's not related to the first chapter. Little bit of poetry rhyming, as it were. 7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. I'm sure it is, and it will be. So yeah, 7 years before Phoenix played cards with a mob boss and was framed for his murder, Phoenix Wright also played with what appears to be a magician and became friends with him. Either James, Blair, Solaris. The man in the top half seems a bit familiar. Just a bit. We'll figure it out. So excited for this trial. So am I. Bet a nickel for every time Green Lantern fought a young man voiced by Yuri Lowenthal. You'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Well, you know what needs to happen now? Now we need a Green Lantern voiced by Yuri Lowenthal. We need a Green Lantern anime, and Mr. Lowenthal is going to be right there. Anyways, this is 7 years ago, April 19th. Let me go ahead and actually plug in my microphone here, my headset, so you're not hearing the game twice. Whew, okay. And mind you, we're not in Apollo's shoes anymore. We've gone 7 years into the past. Now, we are actually in the shoes and the blue tuxedo of Phoenix Wright before he became a dad. Been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. And who's this little ray of sunshine? Ooh, morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I'm fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks! My first show's today, after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, old boy! Huh? Me? Oh, look what he started. Here? What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What's this say? Oh. Oh, would you look at that? It's a brand new case and everything, with its own set of evidence and profiles. Ryder Katona's entered the scene. And hello, Matthew. Nice to see Now it's time to see Phoenix's last trial of this law license. There you go. Woo! Pretty, keeping cool over there, James. Not from the look of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. A mysterious piece of paper. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it. Somehow. Have you noticed? The music is different. It's not the usual lobby or pre-trial music. This is full-on Phoenix Wright Trilogy music, and everyone just absolutely goes nuts for it. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy here. Ah, an easy win then, yes! They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Well, of course, there's one of those every year. And switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in. But, allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. Ha 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 ha! I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes! Isn't that right, Rosie? Yep, you bet, Daddy. My first look at the case was only yesterday. The information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I'm in your capable hands, Mr. Wright! My client is Shoddy Enigma, known to the world as Zach Gramarye. Wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Gramarye. His mentor, Magnifique Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramarye is the suspect. You know, having to do with magicians and stuff like that, this is usually the third case in an Ace Attorney game, because usually the third cases in these games is the levity, it's the filler. Not really the filler, but it really doesn't have anything to do with the overarching plot of the individual game. It's usually something, you know, eccentric or show busy. Something that happens outside of Phoenix's sphere, because the first case is always the tutorial, the second case is the build-up to the final trial, and the third case contains some elements that continues that build-up, but is overall almost completely unrelated. So, for all we know, this could have been the third trial of a lost Ace Attorney game. Actually, technically, this is the trial 3.5, when you think about it. And there he is. Court is now in session for the trial of Shoddy Enigma. The defense is ready, Your Honor. And let me tell you, when you played this on the... Let me remind you that the original Ace Attorney games, the first three Phoenix Wright titles, they took place on the Game Boy Advance, not on the DS. We across the pond, we think of the entire Ace Attorney series as DS games. Not so much. Over in Japan, they recall seeing this face on the Game Boy Advance, and they used the exact same sprite in this game as well. So this looks like it was the way it was presented was like a fourth Phoenix Wright game. And the funny thing is, the first time I saw this sprite of Phoenix Wright, and then you have Baby Clavier over there, and immediately I got the same feeling. What am I trying to say here? Like whenever a company uses really old sprites in a new game, like in Capcom vs SNK 2. they'll use the same Morgan sprite, they'll use the same Sakura sprite that they've been using since the 90s, and then they'll mix it all together with a game that was released like a decade later with new sprites created specifically for that game. That was... a lot of people still give Capcom all of the, I don't know, somewhere between scorn and ridicule for bit mixing like that. Seeing the old Darkstalkers 1 Morgan right next to a sprite of, like, I don't know, Kyo that they made specifically for that one game. It was just amusing to see GBA Phoenix Wright up against a DS-made sprite. And, mind you, the original game was a sprite-based, so this is an upscale. That's K from King of Fighters. I can see it. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking. Is this what all the fuss is about, baby? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this a new kind of crime? One of the worst. This is the trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms? The pounding hearts? A Gaviner's concert got 10 times the thrill this gig's got, baby. Who were you again? Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah. Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavins? Ah, figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin, lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. Uh-oh. You know, there's one other lawyer, there's another practitioner of law who used to be a newbie killer and is completely arrogant, and now he's a punching bag. That's Winston Payne, so you'd better watch that ego, Phoenix. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. Nani? True. My debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. It's very subtle, you can barely hear it, almost like it's not there. I'm just getting warmed up, baby. Air attorney Wright. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to fill us in on the case. Are you listening, you on the other side of the screen? Achtung, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Hit it! And you are? Hey, you're the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm hilarious and you will quote everything I say. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. Hey, you. Me? Today's the day, pal. Today, I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today. Say, what, you normally lack confidence in your testimony? Hey, detective, this is my stage, baby. Can the antics. Eh? All this hey-ewing and such. And I could care less about your history together. Oh. Oh. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. Ah, that's the crime scene that was in our court records. The facts are simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in the hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and BAM! Lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Gramarye, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Ah, yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Said the name Magnifique to one of my generation, you'd be lucky to get a blank stare, baby. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Gramarye has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifique's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? Malignant toter or something. Really? Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. Malignant tumor, perhaps? In other words, he had liver cancer. He only had 3 months left to live, in fact. Alright, we're getting some more evidence. We're finally building up a case here. The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven, baby. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why, shoot him. My man is dropping all these rock references. For some reason, it's making me think of the disco fight in Final Fantasy XIV's current raid tier. That one's full of disco references, and now Clavier is dropping the rock references just as fast. I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it is true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin when he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene, baby. Ah, there it is right there to the right. Chronic diabetes. And cancer. Much as it pained me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Small syringe added to the court record. Wait a minute. This was shot from a syringe gun! Do you have any insane, license-less medics in your rogues gallery of witnesses? Well, I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, Detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir! By the way, this is a recurring character from the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Very beloved character. Quite the animated personality. And a sort of me for real character. Because he's one of those who's constantly stomped on by life. But he keeps smiling through it. Loving his job. And his boss. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene. No doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. I'm excited about the new expansion in TCG Pocket. Yeah, I am. Obviously, I get to stream some pulls. Always love dropping all my hourglasses to see what kind of fun stuff I can get. Though, I will admit, the one thing that really buzzkills me about that, doing Wonder Picks, man. Wonder Pick is such a cruel mechanic. You get a 1 in 5 chance to get something that you want, and the game is like, it's not bad enough that everything is randomized. Now we make it feel like it's your fault you didn't get it. And I swear, I get what I want about, I don't know, once a month in the Wonder Pick. The current Steel Mouse Outbreak event has been incredibly cruel to me. It's just, I go in there, I get my dose of punching down, and then I go away. Anyways, the judge is flabbergasted. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. Do you entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain? I'll have to read that in more detail later on. Magnifie's letter added to the court record. Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull the trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant will say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? I have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason. The devil's in the details there, attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night for a half an hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifie Grammary, was given an IV. An IV? There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed, baby. At 11, the doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night, without fail. So, that was the only time they could meet without the chance for an untimely interruption. During his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination if you would. Not Mr. Justice. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. That is the cross-examination theme from Ace Attorney 1. The funny thing is that every Ace Attorney has its own cross-examination theme, but just to hit you, just right in those heartstrings, right in the nostalgia, they used the very first cross-examination theme. They knew what they were doing. Alright, so let me go ahead and review this letter in the court records. Alright, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain, come by the 13th, 11:05. I will ready a gun in which will be shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Pretty straightforward. And what is this? What is this very innocent, this very unassuming page of a diary mean? Seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me on my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifie Grammary. Well, it sounds like he wrote this right after he called, or, well, within, like, at 11, maybe. After his IV was put in, maybe he wrote this out. If he did write it. Because do we remember what was revealed to us just moments before the end of the last chapter? What else do we have here? So we have... Now, why was the clown shot? I understand that the old man He requested it, but why shoot the clown, man? Didn't do nothing to nobody. Justice for Bubbles here. So let's see. We've got the, this must be the murder weapon. And there is the journal with the page torn out. There's the IV. It has not been emptied. And there's a wallet or some kind of bag. Autopsy report, age 67, male, April 13th. Between 11 and 11:30. Loss of blood from bullet wound. Note, malignant tumor found in victim's liver. The interesting thing is that, they say it's loss of blood, but I don't see any blood. You can tell Phoenix's animations are a bit stiffer and simpler than Clavier's. Exactly. Evidence boot to the head has been added. Oh man, I have to watch that video now, or at least see if it's still up there. And if he's sharp, malignant tumor in liver has progressed to final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Used for administering shots. And insulin shots. Has been washed and shows no sign of use. Alright, that's all of our stuff here. So, we need to find the contradiction. Old school style. Let's see. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. That seems to be the case. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol at the scene, no doubt about it. Ah! The Phoenix hold it! You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny-looking gun. There's no mistaking it. You compare the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets are a perfect match, baby. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand is... What pile of sand is your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You ever heard of Zack and Valent's quick draw showdown? Eh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Ah, this is the full troop. We got Papa Bear on the right. We got Valent on the left. And I'm guessing that's Trucy's mother in the middle. Zack and Valent stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This is one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Grew up grammar, he stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. There she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say the lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own, babe. Aha! Intriguing point. Well made. Whoa. Not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this as evidence. Whereas one real bullet, barrel marks match the bullet found on the victim, no fingerprints found. My grandchildren would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony. I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. Alright, I guess I need to press everything. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree, babe. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he commanded. It could be a setup, but let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Thanks, pal. Fine. I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. Giggity. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. Victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. Okay. And this letter was sent by the victim? There it is! Gotcha! You're all mine this time, pal. What? I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake. Huh, I see. Score one for the boys! I didn't lose. I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed? But a letter ordering your own death? Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. I'm not sure if this is exactly commonplace, even now, Your Honor. So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. Was Gumshoe this antagonistic in the second and third game? I remember in the first game, when he was first introduced to Phoenix, yeah, he was just doing his hard-boiled thing, but I think he laid off a little bit in the second and third games. Then again, the music is from the first game, so maybe we're just returning full-on to Ace Attorney 1. I do remember playing this for the first time when the Apollo Justice game was new. And I just think that Phoenix showboating a little bit and Gumshoe going hard in on Phoenix were both kind of backpedaling on the character development. I mean, not even backpedaling in Phoenix's case, but definitely on Gumshoe. He's been getting his pay lowered for years because you're a good lawyer. Guess he was bottling it up. Did you both seriously come to the same conclusion at the same time? Man's trying to regain his pride and paycheck. I guess so. It's almost like the electricity in the air. You know how before like lightning strikes, everything feels like kind of tingly and uncanny. That might be what's going on here. The characterization is a bit on edge, except instead of animals running away, it's Gumshoe being a little bit more forward than we expect him to be. You'd be mad if you were in his gumshoes? Maybe it's because Edgeworth has been away for so long. He needs his edging. Defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your talking for you, pal. And your thinking. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You failed to grasp the concept of a questioning, detective. First, we got this letter. It says, shoot, in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue show that it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright! As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. This photo? Maybe there's something in there we can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead? I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigma didn't pull the trigger, shot something else. You made it too easy. I'd already put puns in your mouth. You walked into it. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. No, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. What? You can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's see what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? Oh. The clown doll? Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead, too. Ugh! There's a hole in his forehead! That was the first thing I noticed. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. I suppose he has a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Ugh! Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter. I admit, I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. If I may well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall, baby. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. Oh, what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. Let me see if it's not too soon to present this. Fires one real bullet. The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and... Those objections are just coming flying out. Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? Explain, Mr. Wright. It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. Oh, no. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim, too! Ah! That's not a contradiction. Not even close, babe. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. Oh! Usually it's the prosecution demanding proof from the defense. And now Phoenix is the one who's wearing that glove, and it fits nicely. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started, baby. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. And utter lack of humility. What's this? It seems the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, Air Detective, was just a warm-up act. Now the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come. They're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Ramery who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. Oh. Only 40 minutes into this stream. I guess I'm just that good. Weird seeing Phoenix take so much charge and Apollo needs Clavier to guide him a bit. Based on what the audience has seen, Clavier is humble compared to his brother. True enough. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. You've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Until you discover the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? The way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself, the letter. The one shot in the forehead one, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I cannot deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? Oh, is it in the letter that that Apollo gave Trucy for the recycling day gift? I've done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident? Finally. This guy sure likes taking his time getting into the important stuff. Of course. I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And found there upon the bedside table 2 pistols. 2 pistols! Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent. Oh, for the Zack and Valent's quick draw thing. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing all the light sound of his breathing. And I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His such request, no, not his first. So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon trucing. Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grammary? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I fired, and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe you examined the bullet in the clown's head. You'll find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? Ha ha ha! You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. Nani? Magnifi Grammary? The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Now, of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5 or 10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Haha, Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zach Grammary, he seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right, let's get back in there. 2. Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks. It wasn't time to do a detailed analysis, baby. Though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production, being the other half of Troop Grammary's famous duo, Zach and Valent. Valent Grammary? So, we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple. Look at how young he was! Wonder if he's in the, Nope, he's not added to the court record yet. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valent Grammary, magician. You're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt? Fate, a grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait. That's the same letter Zach Grammary received. Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! He even looks flamboyant in his back. The back angle. I was very close to using the word shot. Order! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself, baby. Yep, it says the exact same thing. Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop grammar up to? My, which you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Here you go, Judge. Here's a DVD for the anime assassination classroom. I'm sure you'll like it. Both of them, no less. And here's Danganronpa. Unrelated. It's just that good. It's just my opinion there, Judge. But from these letters, I'd say it was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in doing, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is a strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. How many times have we heard that? By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Gramarye, stands accused. You tell us why. Explain. No, well, do you more than that? Where he walks, the red roses rise. The red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Oh, I hardly need to remind you that evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up, baby. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnethy requested. The smell of gunpowder hanging in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Yet a sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. If only we could see those rifling marks, huh? So you were the one who reported the crime? Indeed, I would think. Inspector alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in the court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Gramarye, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Gramarye, then the killer was you, Valent. Phoenix is gonna leap into those conclusions, isn't he? And no disappearing act will get you out of that. What? You have a lunch date or something, Phoenix? You visiting? So let's look at this second letter, shall we? 11:20 p.m. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m. Indeed. In magic, timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on this stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You went to the designated time, and what did you see? So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? Oh, what's that reaction? Now, I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter. which is why you weren't afraid. Man, I don't even need Apollo's laser eyes to see this guy's habits. Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for the lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. Wow. Even the judge is kind of riding the waves of Phoenix's aggression here. This is weird. I don't like it. Everything turning up Phoenix. Of course, that's going to be balanced out by how everything ends up, but still. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Oh, really? Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does. And my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zack couldn't? Because I have a wit of steel! Of course. I also do this trick while men steal bars, so perhaps steel isn't all so strong. So which is it? Mind if I continue? The deal with the dead is still a deal. Ah. There were 2 bullet holes in the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zack could say much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. Better dig around in here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valiant, let me ask something else concerning the crime scene. Namely... the bullet and the pistol location. Number of pistols, here we go. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valiant quick-draw shoot-'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You all well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What does Zack tell me back in the lobby? He had no intention of shooting his mentor. Snuck in his room that night at the appointed time. Found there upon the bedside table 2 pistols. Took the pistol you fired and placed it in your pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Malakazam, Malakazing, Alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? No, that does corroborate things if Valance came in, so not quite important. Actually, let me ask about something else. Very well. Witness may continue with the testimony. What can I do but obey? Alright. Let's ask about something else. Didn't lose any health for that, so might as well. So the number of pistols is pretty consistent. The location of the pistol, I don't think that will matter much. But let's see. Where exactly was the pistol when you entered the room? Atop a small bedside table as it was. As if to say, here I am, take me into your hand, pull my trigger, shoot him. The victim clearly wanted to be shot. But why? Perhaps he wanted to go out with a bang. Yet we will never hear the truth from his lips, so all we can do is guess. The location of the pistol is all that's important. There's a bedside table. Yep, that checks out too. Alright, so I'm guessing it's going to be the first one that really gives us something. The bullet in the pistol. In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet. Where was the bullet? I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand. The bullet was already loaded, ready to fire at any time. The magic is always prepared, you see. Prepared for... One never knows when a miracle will be called for. A magician always has 7 doves in his pocket and a white rabbit up each sleeve. Clearly, we're dealing with professionals here. Is this bullet that was loaded in a pistol really so important? Alright, I guess I'll start appending these things to testimony and seeing which ones bring up something. Not a loaded bullet, we won't have a murder. It's very important, Your Honor. Very well. Please have this detailed to your testimony. The pistol was already loaded. You merely had to pull the trigger. Alright, let me see here. Barrel marks, no fingerprints found. Fires 1 rolled bullet. Barrel marks match found in the victim. No fingerprints found. So, this has nothing to do with anything. So I think maybe I was onto something with the other ones. Oh. That was the wrong one. Or, Wait, which one was I supposed to press? Oh, wait, I was supposed to press the added testimony. Bleh. If the pistol was already loaded, something doesn't make sense. Why weren't the victim's fingerprints on it? You should know that we have trope gramarye are capable of many things. One of these being the levitation of iron balls, without touching them. There's no magic involved here. The shooter was just methodical is all. You simply wiped everything of fingerprints. Can't really do much with fingerprints that weren't there. You may ask about something else. Well, let's go back to the location of the pistol. Maybe he might slip up about that. Alright, let's see what the revised testimony says. You took up the pistol from the small table and shot the clown. Does that really count as a small table, though? Well, let's see what happens when you press it. Why did you do that? I would think calling the police would come first. Then you know nothing of the relationship between a master and his disciple. If your master says die, you die. You understand? So, you're going to die? Certainly not! It was but an example. In any case, I wanted to fulfill my obligation. A final courtesy at a great matter, perhaps. Or perhaps not. Perhaps I'm totally confused. Maybe I should ask about something else. Well, might as well talk about the number of the number of pistols. Let's append that and see what happens. The fact that there is a flashback in here gives you the impression that this is important. Number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please have this detailed to your testimony. The fact that there's a flashback makes me think this is important. Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. And what happens when I press this? Oh, he slipped up. You're an idiot of sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said? I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. So how about heating up this trial a bit? These slow ballads bore me. Yep. He took up the one and only pistol that was there. Uh-oh. Huh. I've got a hunch. Well, maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else. On second thought, let's run with this testimony for a while longer. Let me see. Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night with which you shot the clown. Although, let's see, fires. All I have to go by is the fact that oh wait, Magnify's letter, yeah. Oh no, really? I thought my point was that that Zack was already in there, but I guess not. Okay, what else can I do here? So there's only one pistol that night. With it, you shot the clown. What was the slip up he made? I completely forgot. Wait, I skipped over it. I skipped over the erroneous testimony. I'm sorry. So there's only one pistol at the crime scene. So then, do I present the pistol? Is that what I do? Hold on a second. I need to figure out what the train of logic is here. No fingerprints found. So Zack, there were two pistols on the table. Zack picked one up, fired it, and then pocketed it. So the letter telling Zack to come in. Where's the contradiction here? Oh. Nope. Not the gun. Unless this is a contradiction on one of the other lines. You then inform the doctor and the police. What do you have to say here? Inform the police? What did you do then? What do you suppose I did? Use my magic to levitate my manager's corpse, perhaps? I don't know, that's why I'm asking. Now, please answer the question and skip the sarcasm. After I made my report, I called the doctor, and we returned to the room. While we waited for the police to arrive, we discussed stomach medicine. We've confirmed this with the doctor. It all checks out. He praised Mr. Valiant's knowledge of stomach medicine, in fact. Be funny if that ended up being a point in the case. Yeah, it is an honor I do not deserve, but I accept. We both received the same letter, both admit having gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets are fired, and one of them killed Magnify, trying to find the cracks in his testimony. You did not imagine your fellow student might have received the same instructions. I'm gonna do this for the lulz. Clearly, this is not gonna. This won't do anything, but yeah. I figured that this was I figured that wasn't it. I figured that this is the statement that I need to press. That only one pistol was in the hospital room that night, and with it, you shot the clown. So I'm guessing, is it the crime scene photo? No? Okay, here's the thing. I am not flailing about. Each one of these errors, I have some kind of conclusion that I'm reaching here. Okay? I'm not flailing, because the crime scene photo shows that there were 2 shots made. So I need him to explain that. So that means that there had to be 2 guns. Zack said he took the pistol with him, and this is corroborated with. So where's the contradiction here? Diagnosed malignant tumor, Magnify's letter, stage pistol. So it's not the stage pistol. It's not the first letter. Is it the second letter? Ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Hold on a second. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot. A gun? Okay. So this is interesting. I mean, it doesn't contradict the testimony, but he says, "I will ready a gun." Which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Unless it's the second letter. Nope, I think I'm up the creek. I think I'm all the way up the creek now. So, if I start presenting, so I presented the first letter. The second letter doesn't do anything. Nah. I need to think about all the evidence and what it presents. Let me see. Attorney's badge doesn't mean anything. This doesn't mean anything. It's estimated time of death, 11 to 11:30. Loss of blood from the bullet wound. What does this page say? These only less than 10 swift minutes remain. Diagnosed with a tumor, given 3 months. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Has been washed and shows no sign of use. Nope, nothing to find out here. So this isn't it. Wait. Am I not pressing the right bit? Only one pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, you shot the clown. How do I prove that there were 2 pistols? Not the crime scene. Photo. I think I already presented both the letters of this. Well, great. Is it time? I believe it's time. Yeah, you would imply that there were in fact 2 pistols. How do I prove that, though? And it's not the photo. I've already presented both letters and the pistol itself. A different revision. Oh, it's a different revision? Oh, was I supposed to backtrack to another revision? Bullet in the pistol, location of the pistol. Okay, the pistol was already loaded. Okay. My brain was not thinking on a 3-dimensional plane. The pistol was already loaded, and if there was only 1 pistol... Okay. I didn't know that I had to re-revise. That is the point. I didn't think that re-revising was an issue. Was a thing that you could do. Okay, never mind. Hold on a second, did I press the wrong one? The pistol was already loaded, you merely had to pull the trigger. Yeah! So you believe that there was 1 pistol, and if it's already loaded, that means it hadn't been fired yet. The pistol, the statement that the number of pistols is important. Can't be right, because man, if he said he was preparing the pistol. Pistol's already loaded, merely had to pull the trigger. Does acting presented the pistol in a statement where the number of pistols are important? Hold on a second. Did I present the pistol? I could have sworn I did. Unless I misclicked. Maybe I misclicked? Quite important. Only one pistol was in the hospital room. I presented the pistol on this statement. One pistol was in the hospital room that night. Oh, get off yourself. I presented the pistol there. Unless I probably backtracked. Either I backtracked or I forward-tracked. I could have sworn upon many things that I presented the pistol on that specific statement. I can swear I did. According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2? One of the pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, you must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compare the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order! Order! Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin, I owe the court an apology. Sorry, baby. Sorry for what? You see, I wasn't aware that 2 of these unique pistols are crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks provided the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said that you verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I'm still young, baby. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valent Gramery. Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to explain, Prosecutor Gavin? Mr. Valent entered the hospital room. The victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove. You're right, the real fight is about to begin, baby. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. I presented the gun on the unrevised original statement. Or maybe I was supposed to press and then... Maybe I was supposed to press and then present. I don't know. These adventure game rules can really get me befuddled. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say, 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. It was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. Here's a 10-minute discrepancy as your basis of your alibi. It's easy to explain in this situation here, Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes, 15 seconds, baby. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. The debut single was only 2 minutes, 15 seconds long? What a ripoff. Is that true? Is 2 minutes, 15 minutes a ripoff of a song? Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus, baby. Requires admirable focus. Into the time of death determined by the doctor there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. We can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad-sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, Wright. Is this one of those where I might get penalized for pressing? Arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, you fulfilled your obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. It's quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim is taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifique Gramarye's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifique took an IV drop for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes! Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. The needle's been removed! Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. You could just remeasure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely, baby. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Then so it was, when I, Valent, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright. Did that seem important? Well, seeing how is the biggest clue we have at the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. You're the power of arithmetic! Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Mm-hmm. Is this it? Is this the moment? I presented the pistol in the wrong statement when I presented it. Did you just take that meme? I need to have my own damaged animation. There you go. Someone put that into an Ace Attorney mod. Is this it? Is this the moment? Is this when things go down? Then I spoke to the doc. So I did whiff on it. Okay. I didn't take into account that when you press something, it moves on to the next statement. That was where I got tripped up. Oh, that proves this game's innocence, doesn't it? And I'm guilty of slander, I suppose. Anyway, the Water Lake Springs Eternal. Is this one of those that'll get penalized just for pressing? Let's say. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered the room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, his left arm did I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. His thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If that IV had not been here, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed! Even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Mount won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Musicians, I was adorned in this entire Tendu. And our trophy, the bust! What a day it was! This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed! And that IV too, I say, I think 'twas hued especially for me, Valent! That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, many thoughts on this testimony? Do I get this option on all of the, What was the statement that I was pressing anyway? Okay, so... Wait. Was it? I completely do not remember what we just talked about. They went on for a long time. There is a contradiction. Alright. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought plenty of luck, but not this. Oh, wait. He's wearing yellow and the IV is green. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you. Now I'm afraid you lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well based. It's very based, actually. Don't worry, I'll get all your bases right here. All your bases belong to us. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent has told us? The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene? All this talk of color is me yearning for black and white. Clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Air Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple, but I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. White has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? The IV, baby! Valent Grammary, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes! Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion, no doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Based on what? Are you telling me that shrimp fried this rice? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at the IV bag. Oh no! What is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Alakazalaka, no! Order! What does this mean? This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. This is gonna age very well. Valent Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV clearly is not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing. And to think, you almost had me, babe. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Ha! Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes, baby. I agree at a glance the IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like a, I want to say, light blue? Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it. I know, but it... As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. Nani? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave. The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? No! It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Because, oh my goodness! Order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once! The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valent Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid is yellow because it looks yellow. Okay, let me see here. He'd seen it before, he knew the IV's liquid color. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid is yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before, but not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what this all means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah? The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know! An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sand through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight here, right? You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid is yellow. Now wait! I said wait! How might an amateur such as myself say to perform such a task? I am an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. You hear that pursuit music, by the way? Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney 1, pursuit music. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag, quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us down to earth? Valent Grammary, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're so strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was the small syringe, I'm guessing. The victim's syringe! It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Duh. Well, Valent Grammary, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock, one that you could manipulate at will. Alakazam! I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work. I see there are no objections. Court is a last-minute objection, baby. Ha! Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. Huh? A word of the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you in a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking, baby. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there's no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I hoped. This I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. Anybody hear any graveyard bells upon seeing that diary? What's this? This is the victim, Magnifique Gramarie's diary. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IB had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? The night's IV is in me to the last. I'll leave the rest of them. The first should come soon. The journal may end here or may go on, not long. That depends on his hand. All that's left is mine. This does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence. Read the very last part with particular care, baby. This journal may end here or may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Grammary. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Grammary intended to write again. That is, if Zach Grammary didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifique's life was brought to end by the defendant, Zach Grammary. Order! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifique Grammary wrote this? There's no mistaking his handwriting, baby. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, McAfee did intend to continue his diary. Yet, if this diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Grammering. Well, how do you like me now, Errorite? Still too green for your taste, hmm? He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright! I don't think any save scumming is about to save me from what's about to happen. Witness's testimony, we heard, was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. Now, is there no... well, there's no need right now because of the ripped out page. Yeah, so there would be... would there be no need? Do I show the evidence right now, or is there no need? I think that you have to hold back one time and then show it once it becomes relevant. I don't like anything about the situation. The judge is already... oh. Nope, don't think that's what it is. Yeah. Defying fate. Yeah. What happens if I let this run anyway? I've never actually seen what the non-canon ending to this. Just is already getting twitchy with his gavel. I better show them something quick or else. Oh! You're hamstrung into it. You can't avoid it. This is fate, baby. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? Huh. Not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think about showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. Decisive evidence proving the diary didn't end with this page is... oh my goodness, I just realized something. Okay, I'm going to present something incorrect first. I want to see if I actually get a penalty for this. We need proof that he did continue that diary. Such a thing exists, of course. Time to get caught. Oh my god. They don't give you the option to crash out here, you guys. They don't allow you, they don't even allow you to end things on your own terms. You are forced to keep presenting and presenting until you see this fated trial to its end. That is cruel. But thou must. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. And again, I don't believe it! looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Gramarye. That's the defense's position.
Wait! Let me see that! What's in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary!
I think Clavier already has a lock on what's going to happen next. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifique's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, Heir Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramarye left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor, Valent Gramarye. No. No!
The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article.
Interesting phrasing, Heir Judge.
Order! But wait! That's impossible! That old man couldn't have written that!
Here it comes. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Heir Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Heir Judge?
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin?
Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness.
But, Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses.
I ask only to put it on hold. Please. My new witness is a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes. No more. I promise, Your Honor.
Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this?
Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner.
Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom.
I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped-out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Oh, look at who it is. It's the forgery man. Wonder what kind of benign, non-career-ending testimony he's about to give.
Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin.
I beg the court's understanding, but I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room.
Very well. And you are the witness, I gather?
Yes, sir.
State your name.
State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Measham. I'm a painter.
A painter? And you are somehow related to this case?
No. Well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Measham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah. I know it well. How's that possible? when young Clavier leans forward, his shades clip over his bangs. Uh-oh. Let's hope we see it again. Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it. You... What? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramery.
Illegal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large. Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He's skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries?
Well, so are we to understand that this page here is
a fake?
Oh, I think I saw it. I saw it right there.
Yep.
It was right in front of there.
Prepared by a certain defense attorney. Hold it! You said objection, not hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence. The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. What is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix, right?
Witness! Mr. Measham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client?
That... I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous. Even me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. And that's the extent of my contact with them. But there's no proof that this is fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say, without a doubt, that this is mine. Flabbergasted.
Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court.
It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Does Jersey know? Or does she come to know? We'll have to see. Just got it handed over there in the hall. Now, who handed it over there? Who handed it to him? Was it Valent? Because only someone else would call him old boy. It was all a trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright.
Yes.
Do you have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one! Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. But if prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself.
I see no need for further discussion with this matter. Special witness dismissed.
Mr. Attorney? Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. I think even Drew Misham realized that there was something afoot here. So he began his own countermeasure against what happened here. At least that's what it seems like to me. I could be completely off the mark.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must.
Now, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Zack.
There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible.
I am afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you.
Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing a verdict when your defendant does not exist?
Doesn't exist? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this! Mr. Enigmar! The defendant's escaped! Find him! Quick!
Bailiff! Close all edges from the building! On the double! He must not be allowed to escape!
That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shoddy Enigmar, aka Zach Gramarye, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Gramarye miracle! No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. That's how you lost your medical license. The trial of magician Zach Gramarye vanished, along with him, for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. So, how much longer is the next portion of the game? Are we gonna go well over reset time? Wait, Mason system. What's this? That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present, but you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifi Gramarye's disciples pulled that trigger? You got one investigation and one follow-up trial. Where did the vanishing defendant, Zach Gramarye, go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? I scarcely remember this portion. Oh, hey, look, we're in the fake Grand Order summoning circle. The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. When all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. Hey there! I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended, half finished, when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Use Q and E to jump between the past and present, but let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. The Magatama actually was a gameplay mechanic in the original Phoenix Wright trilogy. When you're in your investigation phase, you can use your Magatama to kind of conduct little mini-trials to get important pieces of evidence out of people. And if you make mistakes while doing your Magatama segments, it actually does take your it actually does give you penalties for that actually carry over into the coming trial segment. But however, you can't actually game over during the investigation. So if you continuously made mistakes and kept bashing your head against a wall, you would come into the trial with only a single sliver of health left. And your first mistake would be your only mistake. So, obviously, Apollo Justice needed its own thing. Whether the Magatama came back in the follow-up games, I actually have no idea. Chat can probably tell me about that one more. It's right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. By the way, I just lost and so did all of you. Oh, we'll go to the detention center. Start from the top, baby. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who can do this. Probably. And besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision, it's hard to work when your attorney's badge had been taken away. That's right. Phoenix Wright is now just an ace. Is that why he became a poker player? Because without the attorney part, just being an ace is a card, so he decided to play poker with piano as a side hustle. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me. 2 men on either side of a single transparent pane, yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. A forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything. No proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you. A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifique Grammary, for one. Who pulled the trigger, Valent or his partner Zack? His partner vanished before his answer could be found. Gonna get any closer to the truth? This is the place to start. James, you already lost 15 minutes ago. Well, good on you for not spreading the misery, as I did. You're bigger than I am. Probably, in many ways. I'm a shorty. I have to hand it to my partner. He sure knows how to make an exit. That is talent. Yeah, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it. Glory's spotlight always leaves something weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance itself is a revelation. Revealing what? Zack Grammary killed Magnifique, and it's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage. The time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away? As long as the audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valent. And also... Yes? Now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifique's repertoire is mine. Valent Grammary has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me. Verdict to know. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. The suspicion you hasn't been lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifique's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zack Grammary followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifique had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? Not trick up his sleeve. Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. And here it is! The Magatama. I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks on people's hearts. Now if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. So you see, the blackmail is locked away, but I can actually use the Magatama like so. So cool that you get to use the mechanics from a previous game. Even though it's just clicking on icons, it's still fun. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, Manta was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? Oh no! I can't save scum. I had to do that before going in. My guess is it was a matter of life or death. How to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let's make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. I mean, that has to be the gun, right?
Why, that's one of ours!
Specifically designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet. One shot.
What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers.
I'm not crying murderer, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valence, quick draw shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em cancelled because someone might get hurt?
Of course. What other reason could there be?
Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt.
Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol?
Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an incident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage?
A performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim was shot?
Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's hope he walks it with me. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on. And this shows who it was. I'm guessing it's Trucy's mother. The third person in the act. Let me see here. What's in the diary? Oh, that's it? Just the one page? Okay. A life was sacrificed that the show might go on, and this shows who it was. I'm not quite sure. Was it not the lady? Oh wait, is it the reason that he cannot refuse? Is it related to the incident? You want to say it's either letter? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The letter refers to that might be the leverage. Uh-oh. Nope, not the letter. I did present the letter, right? Let me solve this, and then we'll reset and speed run our way back here. How do I prove who it hit? Surely it's not. Surely the clown isn't metaphorical, is it? So this is the autopsy report. This is the notebook page. This is the IV report. This is the chart. This is the syringe. Is it the crime scene photo? It might be metaphorical. Nope, not the photo. So then it might be the diary? Might be inside the diary? No! Damn! Okay. Wait. Was it Magnify? Magnify's life? Life was sacrificed that the show might go on. This shows who it was. No fingerprints found. The small syringe. It's the chart, isn't it? Nope, it's not. I may not have the evidence yet? Oh, really? Huh. Interesting. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and, let me see here. How do I reload from here? I can't, can I? Oh, there's gonna keep you right in here, huh? Yeah, I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Alright. Alright, who's ready for a whole lot of text skipping? You know, I completely forgot about the Magatama. That you have to explore every single state, you have to explore every single possibility before you commit to to the Magatama segments. So that's egg on my face. So I need to get him into a corner, and then back away from there, and then look elsewhere. Let's play, baby! Alright, we'll go and put Valent in the corner, and then we will move somewhere else. Although, is this one of those tiny whiny things where we can actually go into the future and take evidence from there? Dagnabbit, why can't I skip through this? I guess we'll autoplay. I might be able to let Magnify yap on a little bit. Not Magnify, Valent. I'll let Valent yap on a little bit. And I'll go ahead and fill up my water. That whole segment with the multiple guns present with really salinated me, so I'm gonna desalinate. You can take a look at my friend back there, and you can see he has a new hat. Kirby loves his new hat. Or maybe it's just another Kirby who ate a hat. I have no idea. Nope, we don't have our evidence right now. So we're just gonna go ahead and back on out and inquiry. Huh, interesting. You want to say it is? Ah, so we are going to be grabbing evidence from later on. And we can also present to everybody to see other stuff. But I think for right now... Oh, we'll go back to defendant lobby number 2. See what we can find there. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. And now we will get a flashback of Zack tanking off into the ether. Cool, Kirby. Hold on a second. Oh, not hold on a second. I'll see you later. I might be able to make him cool, Kirby. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now... like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Why are we here? Just to suffer? Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir! Down on the hands! Forward your head! Now, now, now! What's the big deal? My ears! No unauthorized personnel are allowed here! But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Zoink! This is another character from the original Ace Attorney industry. Well, I just say it like it is, sir. And it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct. I lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. His wallet? Meekins was able to pull a girl? More of it. He is better than I am. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir! Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There's no past, there is only now, sir. Okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff of this court who let the magician escape. Well, let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Well, let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct. Lost my friends, my girl. He said it already. Guess I wasn't the only victim. Last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy struck a rising star of the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform, I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day. I'm dying over here! A star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope, then tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zack Ramrey's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard the commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open. Slam! And some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way? Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Ah, there's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way did Zach Ramry run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up, like this, and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magician man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember like it was right there. Because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. It was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times I've said that word. Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again, I promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? So Zach was in this room when he vanished? Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. That red silk hat, that flowing cape, it ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape, that's Zach, all right. Wait a minute. Was there a decoy involved? Whoever the dummy that Trucy uses is? Did Zach employ one of those to throw off people? But sir, look at the room. Well, there's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do but, nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir? Ideas about what exactly, sir? If you don't mind me asking. You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick you might have used to disappear like that? Cyclops. I should have known. Let's see. Well, I'm just going to exhaust every single possible investigation before we go ahead and before we do any Magatama segments. Flashback to the little girl and her papa. Papa. Two weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Oh yeah, I think Trucy knows. There's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I, did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long, I hope. Duh, of course. It's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places that you might like to stay at. This is so weird. Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you. Eh? Really? So, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family? I guess so. Getting weirder. Mr. Attorney? Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you like. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Okay, say Daddy. That was quick. Yes? If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So, thanks, Daddy. Oh, in this office? It's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know. Oh, and, Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this. Actually, I don't think she realizes that she's responsible, partially. Well, she was used as a mule for what happened to Phoenix. Trucy, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me, and you'll do just fine, Daddy. Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right? You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy. Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So, here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people. Is that an Edgeworth reference? Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead. You mean, like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent? You've got me, don't you? I'm a professional. A professional? Yup. After all, I'm directly descended from the famous Zach Grammering. Directly descended? He's your father? Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Could you tell me a little bit more about your daddy, Zach Grammering? Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy. Which daddy is that again? Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Troop Grammary, and they're big. The Grammarys. They were on television a lot. Haven't seen them much recently, come to think of it. Big magic happens when you put Zach and Valent Grammary together, you know. Once they made a giant waterfall right there on stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall. Let me guess. There was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top? I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic. This is the most I've said the word daddy in decades, probably. They shouldn't have brought it up so soon. I wonder what'll happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother. But I have my magic and a great daddy, even if he's unemployed. You know, I think if things are going to be okay. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. So, Trucy, you're a professional. Yes! It's like that thing they say. I wish I could take away the UI so we could see Trucy in all of her proud stance. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs. They say that? I always thought it was funny though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Well, we certainly know that she does, she pays attention in school. Maybe they thought it'd be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid. Right, so in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy. That's right. Well, want to see a trick? You're going to do a magic trick? Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all. That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes! Ta-da! Hey, folks, it's Mr. Hat. I got to say, it's good to be seen. So she's had this thing in her entire professional life. Ugh! Whoa, that was startling. The amazing Mr. Hat! Isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat, at your service. He certainly makes an impression. Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy. Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Ha! Get it? Heady! My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Oh shoot, was I onto something? When I said that, Zach used his own Mr. Hat to assist in his getaway? Alright, now that we've talked about some lighthearted things, let's talk about the dearly departed. Could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay? Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage. On stage? You mean with your daddy? Yup. She was always there with Zach and Valent, smiling. But then she went away. It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back. Maybe so. I cried then. A lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here. Aw. This is your mother. She is beautiful. Her name's Thalassa, or Thalassa Grammary. Poor girl. I didn't even know her mommy had gone missing. And her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes. Hey, Daddy, you won't. Don't worry, I won't vanish. I promise. Right, you can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan. I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all once like that. It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow. What? But are we representing anyone? Me and you. That makes two, Daddy. We'll make it if we try. You and I. I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent. Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at. Well, when you put it that way, you mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This won't do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket. Okay, I'll think of something. That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Welcome to the team, Daddy-o. The team? Right. Ah. Sometimes magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Oh, so look at that. They actually checkmark it off. Man, I just do not remember anything about the whole Mason system thing. Although it is coming back to me. I remember being so very confused that I was able to present evidence from the future into the past, and vice versa. But let's go into Drew's studio and see what we can find there. Well, this place is looking a bit more rustic in the past. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. I decided on sooner. Drew Measham, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, I made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but feels like I'm being watched intensely. Lil Vera! This is my daughter. Vera, say hello. And away she goes. Shall we begin, then? Judging from this place, you're a painter? Not, sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries? Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside of painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Yep. Let's just, rub it. Oh, I have to hit present. I'm sorry, but you forced me to do this. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure. All you did was make a copy. But that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I am responsible too. which is why I have to know. Did you notice how big Phoenix is? He's just saying that your work affected the life of Zach Gramery. Not once has he said that you destroyed the life of 2 innocent men, Zach Gramery and me. Nope, he's just focusing on Zach. Trying to have a little bit of tact here. And you have to tell me. I knew it'd be difficult to escape this. Then, let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. Oh, it would be a little bit different from paintings, Phoenix said. That is not what I mean. In all of my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? The client gave me 2 things that day. The first was a sample page, as a reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. Honestly, you just think Phoenix is that good a guy? He might have the most judgmental inner monologue, but what he actually says out loud speaks for it. Speaks for his personality. Have you ever noticed that? Phoenix is kind of a jerk. Whenever you consider all of his, when you consider the fact that he cringes at just about anybody and everything. He doesn't like art, he doesn't like food, he doesn't like people with low self-awareness. He's just throwing out shade at everybody. But when he actually opens his mouth, only the good comes out. Is more focused on the fact that Zach had to basically abandon his life and his young daughter because of this. True enough. So you used real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes. As I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I don't know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Well, there you go. Yeah, the Cyclock, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Maybe something about this work. Oh, man. Alright. Let's keep on gathering evidence, this time in the present. Oh. I can't do anything until I... Okay, so I need to unlock things in the past first. Considering how much people like to shit on him, especially early on, you can't fault him for developing some bite. Yeah, he's learned to bite back, I guess. So, we can talk to Meekins, or we can talk to Drew. Let's see if Meekins has anything to give us. Let's see. So we talk. Save. Let's see if I've got what I need. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey! What's in the atmosphere and all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm gonna figure out what. Zach Gramery vanished from this room. How'd he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as I... Sir? Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something?
Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen, it was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do anyway?
What did you just say?
Sir, did I say something, sir?
No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there?
Sir, I'm gonna have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking.
It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day.
Girl! I never seen that girl until just the other day.
Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it.
Sir! Oh, that day, she wasn't here in the room, sir. But he wasn't!
You mean you chased her into this room, not him?
Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician.
7 feet? Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gramery. But you saw something, and therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar?
What is that?
That girl's favorite trick. The amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar?
So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir?
Come again?
That night on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat! He really exists!
And that's how you use the Magatama. Unlock successful, baby!
I remember it clearly, although the details are a little vague. Zach Gramery exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him into the corner room, sir. Zach Gramery, don't think you can escape Meekins! Down on your hands, floor on your head! Hello?
Something the matter, mister?
No. That is, sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Gramery. Do you know him?
Oh, I love Zach Gramery. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
I see. Well, that's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room.
But no one's been in here except me. Technically the truth.
But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug.
So, Trucy was his accomplice.
Imagine my astonished surprise when, 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him!
Mr. Hat.
I couldn't believe my own eyes! For a while, I thought it had been a long dream.
A dream that lasted a week?
But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Oh.
Though it seems complex, what happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing right in front of lobby number 2, along with Mr. Hat.
Ah, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it?
So, while you're standing in the shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner, and most likely went through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in a rather lukewarm pursuit, and at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Trucy neglects to mention she's his daughter, master criminal. Can you imagine? And there's an alternate universe where all of our ace attorneys and their assistants are actually the criminals. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape, Zach Gramarie's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir! All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries. Wasted! It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die! Or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait! Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you suffered on account of this case. It's an honor, sir! I have apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once, but this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me! Actually, about that girl, I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir! You should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor! Okay. I let the defendant escape? Well, that's some so-called truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side to side with the great Detective Gumshoe! Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar, if you want. It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir, but no one's ever given me anything for free. Right. I'll see you in court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zach Gramarye that day in court, until his mystery disappearance. Now, part of that mystery has been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It'd be 7 years before I met him again. Fascinating. Kind of a spoiler, but more like it's building intrigue, too. And that happened automatically. I did not go to the present day myself. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Wait a minute. Was the mob boss Zach? I just thought about it. So wait. Was he actually killed? Or was that also a fake death? So Zach comes back. Okay, I'll just keep on going. Who I am? No, and if you can hum it, I can play it. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. Phoenix hinted at it way earlier. Well, either it went way over my head, or I just didn't bother to pay that much attention. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek true competition. I've heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is a friend of yours. He's been here the whole time.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman.
He will not be playing tonight. When he said that the locket with Trucy belonged to not Zach. Wow. That is such a detail that feels like it should be bigger, but it just goes completely out of your mind when you're just moving on to the next case. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. I mean, it is so odd that this random man has the locket, but at the time I thought that maybe he won it off of Phoenix and Phoenix was trying to win it back, but nah. There's a little bit more going here. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. Didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. I think we've already heard this monologue. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. Real players carry cash. They're always thirsty. Any source of income for the club owner. Then, let's compete. I'll take you to the room. Me, hideout, yes. But before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shoddy Smith.
Oh, and I'm Brasho. Spark Brasho, news reporter.
Oh, I'm... Oh no. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am? Have we met? There it is. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this. Whee! Also explains why he was killed. Oh my goodness. We're just gonna have to keep on unraveling this, won't we? You can't be, but you're...
Zach Grammary?
Yes, a reincarnation act of the century. Pity I only have an audience of one. You? Zach Grammary? This must be a badge ring. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there? Da? We'll play soon. Ready the room? Da. I'll be preparing the hideout for you. We know what her deal is. Are you really him? The Zach Grammary? No, I'm Shoddy Smith. Remember this? How many years has it been now? 6? In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She is fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That, and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker. Those eyes, he's serious. I despise losing above all else. And so I've decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I you. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes. You must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2. 1. Showdown time. They really only created that. They only created that one animation for that one set of cards. I lost. It's the only game of poker. Game I played for a long time and only lost. Oh, I'm guessing Zach was the one who lost. Game I played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You choose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some I hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power? Trucy? Oh, she's in a class of her own. For 7 years I played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club, and I've never lost once. I'm good, but I'm not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy, and she sends me signals. Yeah, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic, but those are Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you are the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifigrammaring. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Grammary blood or something? Blood. Uh-oh. I'm sorry, but it's not something told lightly to outsiders. And there's nothing you need to know at this time. Some kind of Grammary secret, then. Fine. Let's talk about Trucy instead. She's, 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know. I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait. You were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day because of this. This? A transferal of rights. You see the signature? The transferal? That's Magnifigrammary's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret staging performance to the recipient name below, Zach Grammary. And the recipient's name is you, Zach Grammary. Yes, this is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? Mm-hmm. I think we are very familiar with the diary by this point. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnify gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier. 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from the courtroom. The greatest of Magnifigrammary's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As rightful heir to his heart, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That's why I've risked all to come here tonight. Rachel?
Sir? Yeah, here you go.
What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary besides.
Oh, wow.
Phoenix actually being a lawyer.
Yeah, I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary.
You are?
By day, I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well.
Your signature, please. This is the first reason I've come here tonight. Ah, I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said? Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I am here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up. You might say, I'm securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifique Gramarye. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifique died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Gramarye, and Valent Gramarye. Not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I've known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now, only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background, and found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping you'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. Alright. Let's see if there are any more inquiries I can do. Nope. Looks like I'll have to go back to the past and bust some more locks at the Drew Studio. Hopefully I have the evidence needed. Two locks. You're hiding something, baby. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Measham? I'm sorry, I don't really know. I never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there were no psych locks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I'm in my stand, no backing down now. What's Measham hiding? The sample? Oh, maybe it's the forager. Though, the sample is more relevant to the case. Oh, I see. That's fine. I know where the court is. Okay. Alright, alright. I should have figured. This game is all about protecting. They're protecting your loved ones, specifically your progeny. So I should have known that was the case. The forger. I can pretty much piece together what it is from you said. What is it, then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any psych locks. Psych locks? That's some sort of asylum security, or a new hairstyle, perhaps. But then they did show up, didn't they? Yep. No psych locks. Oh! Because when he said, not personally, that's when the psych locks appeared. Gotcha. Those words trigger the psych lock. Again with the psycho locks. Now I must know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence. Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psych locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is... the real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Measham. Poppycock! That is the most profane word I've said in this stream. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, you don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger is... kind of funny how this was already solved for us, but we still have to go through the rigmarole. Well, I guess it only makes sense that to go through how Phoenix figured this all out. Real forger is your daughter, Vera Measham, isn't it? Ridiculous! My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The psych locks tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. Oh, I feel very much in the verb of going psycho-lock myself. And then I forgot that successful unlocks actually restore a little bit of your penalty meter. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter Vera, not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her. A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio, and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? Something that Phoenix can be familiar with now. So, Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to this studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered, and they did not want to talk to me. So, they talked to your daughter. I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. Then that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Well, there has to be something to talking to the father more. There's no sense in rushing things. Let's see if there's any more to get out of Daddy first. Oh, never mind. Mr. Measham, I have a request. Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, and extremely so, actually. With only one exception, which was, oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked, and I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. Alright. This poor girl. Uh-oh. This could be tough. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say Do, Re, Mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through this, girl. Something related to the Grammarys. Something to grab her attention, but what? Well, it can't be this. Alright, what does the other one have? Vera, was it? Oh. Okay. Is it something that I don't have yet? It might be something that I need to get. I don't think a crime scene photo will do it much. Okay, so talking about the forgery isn't gonna do anything. Nah, I need to grab her attention. You don't have it yet? That makes sense. So then... Is it the... I don't have any new evidence that will bust the locks on you. So maybe I have to talk to... the third daddy in this case. I have to talk... We have three daddies. Daddies everywhere. Alright, maybe I do have what I need to get through to this dude. Let's see. Because I know I need evidence that Trucy's mother was the one who died. But, I mean, that's my assumption, at least. That there was a terrible accident, Trucy's mother died, and that's why they stopped doing the pistol showdown thing. So I do not have any definitive evidence there yet. So this is my only way to go. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. First time I saw her do it, it blew mine. You can examine the room in the past for the stuff? Oh, really? I completely forgot about examining rooms. After you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet, I myself has no such power. But Trucy does. Why does that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother, the Lassa Grammary. I will not speak of that. The lass is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. Yeah, not enough evidence right now to pull this off. Do a little bit more legwork. I'm guessing that sounds like I need a magazine article or something, or a newspaper article. Let me see here. Well, let's get examining. What's this painting here? Ah, that's one of mine. An illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, of course, but I thought it might be good business. As a father, I'd like to be able to put food on my daughter's table. Not a feeling I know anything about. At least not yet. Ooh, this envelope. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. Oh, the stamp! That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? Stamp? Please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. Oh, look at this. Now that we're able to see it in color, Trucy's wearing her old mother's outfit. Or at least an approximation of it made for little girls. That's Zack and Valant, the Grammarys, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grammarys were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. There, I went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV, until the end. I see. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. Well. What's this red envelope? No, don't touch that. That's, it's quite important. The painter's face just changed hues. Guess I better behave. It's tempting to just grab it. That's a pretty bottle. No, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. This is you and Vera? Yes, yes. We took that one quite recently. I know I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been that good at people, unfortunately. Right. Shouldn't you practice?
Damn, Phoenix!
Alright, I think that's all I really need. Feels like that's all I really need. Unless there's something in here. I'll sell you. Oh wow, 50 cents. He needs to work on his sales technique a bit. Well, probably wouldn't hurt. Use these gizmos for painting. Pretty elaborate. You know, they're for painting, they're for analyzing. Tools of forgery. There you go. Ancient payments lined up in the shelves, with some noticeable gaps. He can't afford all the paints he wants. He's tried making any color with all the 3 primary colors, and he can't do it. He's tried. Anyway, we can probably talk to Vera about the Grammarys. And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp. How can I keep her talking? Great magicians, aren't they? Isn't True Grammarly amazing? Yes? Oh. I especially like those two, Zack and Valant. I mean, they're, just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah. Whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic! You know? Oh! A smile to protect. I wish I knew how to. I wish I knew where I rebinded my. I wish I could remember where I rebinded my print screen button. It's like magic. Yeah. All right, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grammarly Museum of Magic. The Grammarly Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once when I was little, with Father. The Grammarys on stage? It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together, they do it all. Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zack and Valant, maybe. Oh, sure. All right, better get asking before she changes her mind. I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. So why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. Well, true, but there's a lot of good people too. Actually, I should tell you, she was almost kidnapped once.
Kidnapped?
Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She says she went to the Grammary Museum, with you in fact. Ah, yes, actually. She was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm? For when I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Father, I told you to keep that a secret! From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. Not gonna point out how the Lady Grammary looks familiar. I was thinking about that. I just never vocalized it. La Miroir. She looks a lot like La Miroir. And I think the reason is because she is. Or rather, La Miroir is her. Because La Miroir has amnesia, going all the way back to before she could remember. Pun kind of intended. So, the accident, whatever the accident was, took her eyesight and took her memory. Or maybe either her memory or her eyesight were taken on purpose by somebody for reasons unknown. So, your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things? I really like painting. A lot. Father's always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So, you did this too? Oh, yes! That was my first job. Your first... All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips, and the way the writer held the pen, and the pressures on the nib. I had to use a microscope to analyze it on the computer. She seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in the Grammary coffin. Guess no one told her. They're the best in the world! Huh? Oh, you mean Troop Grammary, of course. Completely apropos of nothing, I wanna look at something real quick. This has absolutely nothing to do with anything, but I just noticed something. Let me see. Okay. This isn't exactly one-to-one, but you can kind of see where I'm coming from, where I say that Vera almost has the same color palette as Abigail from Stardew Valley. Almost. This isn't as good a comparison as what I usually pull up, but just the kind of, I don't know, the aquatic color scheme with the pale skin. Let me see if I can pull this up. Let me just add this. This is gonna be really. This is actually my longest shot with one of these comparisons, but it's not entirely unwarranted. I have to imagine. No, I don't want to add an image. Browser, window capture, here we go. I mean, the hair is a completely different color, but there's some merit to it, I have to imagine. Hello, can I please, It's kind of like if you try to remember what either of them looks like, and you don't quite remember what it's like, then you can make that connection, can't you? Anyway. It's a stretch. She's got that pale with purple vibe. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, a stretch. Quite possibly the longest stretch that I've done with one of these comparisons. But they kind of become a thing with me. Father gave it to me. Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. Oh, I guess I just took it, yeah. Took it. Father got a letter from that person. That person? Oh, you mean the letter was from the client? Oh, we talked about the Grammars forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on her good side. Ah, updated in the court record, you say? So, you met this person that asked you to do this job, and you talked with them. What's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. Eh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really have to know. Ah, here come the locks. Right. Time to do some psych unlocking. Hopefully I have enough to do this. The client. You seem to trust this client. Quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp? No, that's not why. They listen to me. To my problem. A problem that keeps her inside all the time. Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. A good luck charm that your client gave you. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? Huh. I thought that it was the nail polish. Is it not the nail polish? Or do I need to examine the table again? Do I have to back out and look for something else? It is, in fact, the nail polish. Okay, so I have to back out. And I'm guessing I need to get it from somewhere else. I need to get it from somewhere else, I see. I don't think it's anywhere in here. Anything new opened up? Hmm. So I got a couple of new pieces of evidence. I got the commemorative stamp. Is that going to be the key? Is that going to be the key to getting through Mr. Shoddy Smith? Let's see. Let's see what the line of questioning was. I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. Yep. The eyes and the hair really give it away that she is what became La Miroir. At your peak, you're the biggest stars around. Yep, there's another story behind the fame. One that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. If you paid attention to this frame when it was shown before, then you might have picked up on this. To you, and Valant Gramarye's bullets, it was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murderer I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes. I love Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifique Gramarye has joined her. So the only one with her power now is Trucy. Mr. Zack, I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited the lass's power. How would I know? My chances are slim. Take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There's someone else with the power, and I know who. Well, gee, who could it be? Who in this long list could have also inherited the lass's power? Why, it's almost as if I was pointed directly at it. Shazam! This boy? His name is, I forget. Something weird. Who could he be? An attorney? Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what do you make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Oh. Let me see here. I thought he was referring to the bracelet. But I don't see the bracelet anywhere. Well, that doesn't mean anything. Or does it? No, I don't think this means anything. Or is it? No? Yes, no? Is the bracelet anywhere in this... well... A ring? It's not a major gameplay feature or anything. Evidence showing this missing link. I thought it was the bracelet, but I don't really see anything that shows off that Apollo has the bracelet. And this diary just has, yeah, the IV is in. First comes soon. One. It's not a major gameplay feature or anything. Wait, so do they back out? Oh, we don't have enough evidence. Is there something that I'm missing? Or do I need to go back and look for something else? Thought I had it. Maybe I will go back to maybe I will go back to Valent and see what I can do there. You think it's the locket? Oh, really? I thought it was a bracelet. All right, so we're gonna start from the very beginning. We're gonna start from the very beginning, baby. A ring. All right. Let's see what we got. Yep. Looks like I'll have to go back. All right. Do I have a trump card in here somewhere? This missing link. So it's not the locket. Don't think there's anything having to do with Mr. Hat. Yeah. Let's go ahead and, I think the stamp might get me past the second lock on, Valent. Unless Valent is, like, the final boss of this whole sequence. But we'll see. But you're the most guarded of them all. Flying by the seat of your pants on this one. Must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. That's what I'm going to find. Alright, so we've already done the first part of this. You present the gun to show, to show that there's danger involved. So the stamp might be my clue to get past the second lock. So yeah. We're going from a discussion that I had with Zach in the future. We're going back to the past with it. What? This shows who it is? Excuse me? That's not it? Surely it's not the locket. Well, since I'm already all the way through, might as well give it a try. What? The locket? Huh. Okay. Zach Grammary's wife and Truce's mother. The Lassa, I believe, was her name. Alakazam! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, eh? Lassa was at the greatest risk of being shot. This clearly showed just how much danger she was in. How much danger she was in? How much danger she was in? Surely it's not the stamp. How much danger she was in? Oh, the crime scene photo? Or no? This clearly shows how much danger she was in. Is it the crime scene photo? Or the stamp? I want a stamp. Okay, stamp! Troop Grammy's performances were very, very popular. So popular, they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze. We were an age! A golden age! It's all here on this stamp. Yes, the Lassie, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know! Part of his memory is still locked up. There is one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader, Magnifi, was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But, Mr. Wright, then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Now, it's got a point. One of the troop members died in an accident and Magnifi covered up. His innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright. So close, there has to be something. But how the lass's death could affect Zack and Valent's relationship with Magnifi. I see it in your eyes. You still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why the lass's accident tied your hands so completely. Oh. And I can't save scum. I'm guessing if they give me a person, that is that I present the person, unless they're trying to trip me up. It's Trucy, isn't it? I'm gonna present Trucy. I'm gonna take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands. This information proves why Magnifi held so much power over you. Where is it, Trucy? I'm gonna say Trucy. Nope, it was not. So how about the people involved, their personalities, their histories? Who was the Lasser really? Oh, who was the Lasser really? Well, prove by the last accident tied your hands so completely. Let me look at the people again. Trucy's Is that it? Because she's known here as Trucy's mother? Nope, it isn't. Okay, is it, I'll prove why the last accident tied your hands so completely. Let me look at the people again. Mentor to Zack and Valent. Why Magnify held so much power over you? Because he's the mentor? Nope. Do you actually game over if you lose all your points here? Lass is gone. Magnify's only daughter is gone. The two of theirs' fault. Is it? I'll prove. No better proof than evidence. It's the letters, isn't it? Nope. Let's see a game over sequence for once. Oh, yeah, okay. So that's usually what happens, is that you just back off. Alright. We're loading again. Do I have the evidence on hand? Don't tell me what it is, but do I have it on hand? Now we go through all this rigmarole again. One part of the Magatamas I don't like. I'm not doing all that clicking. It is her? So either you don't know enough about her to count yet. Oh. So then I need to go back to Zack? Well, let me go ahead and go through this all the way to the point where I'm stuck so that I can fast travel back to the way. Lock it. It was so close, too. This clearly shows just how much danger she was in. A stamp! about how Thalas's death could affect Zack and Valent's relationship. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? Prove that Thalas's accident tied your hands so completely. Oh, can I not back out? Nope, here we go. Now I can back out. Now I can just barge my way through next time I come to him. No, not load, not load. Alright, is there anything I can present to you that might give you more information? The locket. Eat it. He either wants to make it disappear, make it float, or eat it. Well, let's go ahead and present all of the things. Go back to the travel menu on the future side. I only have the Borscht Bowl Club unlocked. What was the last line of questioning that I had with Zack? You see where I am in this unraveling. So there's nothing left for me to find in Drew's studio. I've already examined this place top to bottom. Are you going home? Present the locket to Zack. So many options, so little time. I probably would have gotten there eventually. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother. How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then, it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots? I know! Whoa, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifi Grammary, only daughter, end quote. What? Magnifi's daughter? Is that true, Zack? Rachel, you say too much! Yeah, why am I the bad guy? Why? Zack Dactum? In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Unless a Grammary, she's the most mysterious of the whole lot. Need to gather me some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition? Final? Why? As you said, I've come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. When that's done, I shall slip once more into the underground. Without seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose to another. And I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to no lose, unless one is an ace up on his sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. I think a mere lawyer might be out here pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up? That was that. This is this. My final competition. I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. The funny thing is, someone might make a joke that Phoenix had a perfect record up to this point, but not so. There's one case in one of the previous games where Phoenix losing the trial is actually the canon and happy ending. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy's beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Marshall, you may leave. Yeah, but it's your last game! I mean, what a scoop! I punch and I punch, but it's not enough. Yeah, I just remembered a future prior engagement. Doodles, gentlemen! Oh, nice meeting you, Piano Man. And let us begin. Dealer. Da? You will be witness to our competition. Da, it is honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around before? Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. Oh, wow. So I was not meant to unlock those locks, huh? The Grammary power was this close to understanding it, but I needed more, and I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I need to meet that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. The moment my final competition with Zach began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zach Grammary knew. But how and why? Fascinating. Oh, wait. Nope, never mind. It's not checked off. I guess you get the sepia tone when you're about to unlock a new area. Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines, Gavin? Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away our attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I have no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shoddy Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Grammary. You know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me that was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After the trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes. The trial where Zach Grammary pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, end quote. That's when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion, yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all. For 7 years, we've been friends. And yet, I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a bottle juice for no reason. It was with a wine bottle. Shh! Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game. Zach Gramery mentioned your name, Gavin. You saw a familiar face at the end of the restaurant? Didn't seem to notice me, however. Gavin! After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. Yep, talking about Phoenix's phone call with Gavin. I have to know, why did you kill Shotty Smith? No, Zach Gramery. Oh, how many locks are we gonna have? Yup. Those aren't coming off. Never seen psych locks like these. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. Oh, hello! He's doing his nails! Okay, that bridges everything. Let me examine this nail polish. And there's a yellow letter, too! Oh! Everything's coming together. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less. That certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. And there we go. Now he can crack the locks on Vera. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail in here? That I do. No, they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Roses! You taking care of this one here? Ah, yes. She's surprisingly delicate, you know. Requires careful tending. But she is my best friend, as they say. Best? Come on. I'm now starting to feel bad for you. Oh? Of course. She's known to bite if handled roughly. Your rose bites? I was speaking of the photo next to the rose. My retriever, Bungold. If that's even how you say it. Cute, but feisty. Every dog has its thorn. That's some chair. Just looking at it makes me want to take a seat. You'd probably have to add a whole digit to the price of one of my office chairs. And here, a comfortable chair is the most valuable thing in the world. You would have to add 2 digits to the price of the standard prison-issue chair for this. Those prison chairs don't look so bad either. Maybe I should redecorate. That a board? It's strange, you know. Here I am in solitary, and yet the books keep piling up. Looks like you got more than books there. Yes, my collection. Got a few friends on the prison staff. They show me a little kindness. Just a little? Do I even have the option? Nope, I don't even have the option to make an attempt. That's how you know that this is one nut I will never be able to crack. Or we're not meant to crack. Anyway. Let's go ahead and get all the info from Vera, shall we? And I believe I can just... Yep. Is this your good luck charm? This was what they gave you, wasn't it? The same bottle is over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? I heard once, cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power. Of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting anymore on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I promised. I promised not to tell. Unfortunate. Now, tell me! I'm sorry. I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work. I don't need a name anymore. I got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then? I think they might be the devil. Huh? Or maybe an angel. Well, in many mythologies, the devil is a fallen angel, so yes? I saw it, or I think I saw it, when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face. Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's? No! The client was gentle, with a gentle smile. So, where'd you see this devil, then? It was so quick, I don't remember well. But that's when I knew. That person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. I'm not sure I saw what this devil was. But it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin is... you're charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Gramery. Did I do something bad? What makes you think that? Your eyes. They're sad. Very sad. I'll put on my smile next time I come. Promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera. Oh, okay. Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Oh, that's everything from Drew Studio. And there is absolutely nothing new. So I'm guessing now I have the information I need to break Valent. Or can I complete the, let me see. Can I complete the questioning with Zach? What was the point? Let me see here. What is my... Oh, whoa, no, didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. E is right next to R. I only wanted to look at my court record. Let me see. So, the people... She really does invoke La Miroir, doesn't she? When you look at her this close, huh? I mean, it's obvious why she invokes La Miroir. Alright, let me, Oh yeah, the connection. I still need to prove the connection between, Apollo and Thalassa. And I don't have that information yet. I can go to Valent? Alrighty then. Her profile was updated to show that she's MIA. I see. Was that ever pointed out? Did they ever do that thing where, you know, where the evidence changes? Or was that just done without any sort of fanfare? I don't remember that happening. That it specifically showed me that her profile was updated. This is so much faster than doing it raw. Are we not doing phrasing anymore? Life of sacrifice, the show must go on. It didn't, but you specifically got told it by Zack. This clearly shows how much danger she was in. With a person? Instead of just being insinuated by literally everyone you've spoken to. But wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem. What? Do you mean? She was Zack Gramarye's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifique Gramarye's only daughter. There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifique's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident! Finally. There's no proof. None at all. But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. Doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. As was a complex family. You mean Troop Gramarye? The master, Magnifique Gramarye, his only daughter, and his true disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Dare not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident. That's all it was. An accident. Zack and Valent tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly straight towards that beautiful body on stage. And then crash, sing, pow! Into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for those whose bullets stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnifique his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Why did Magnifique Gramarye try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is, it was a critical time for Troop Gramarye. The passing of the torch from Magnifique to Zack and Valent. We all sacrificed that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all, yet, even when her life was extinguished, Her presence was not. Explain? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnify's wishes. Magnify forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Eh? Decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing, but then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads? Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Grammary, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told. Naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. I'm sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find Magnify's slayer, I should think. True. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter. He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him looking about the dressing room doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name? I do not recall, but his scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. There's no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Grammary, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter you mentioned, the newsman, I never learned who that was at the time. Though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile, and the sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss thin thread connecting Zack Grammary to this world. Sooner or later I'd have to track him down. Alright, new area. Well, we have now covered the past entirely. And we've only we've unlocked a whole bunch of stuff. Over to Drew's studio, I suppose. To talk to oh wait, we can't talk to President Vera. She's kind of... Yeah. Well, what do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you! Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Measham was poisoned, and his daughters... Oh yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. He's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalists wish he'd cracked down cases a little quicker, end quote. Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? Zack Grammary was a good friend. Zack said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club. Everyone cover your noses. What a character! What a man! You have a little, no, a lot, no, extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask you a few questions? Well, you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not the way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. It was tragic what happened to Drew Measham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime, and they paid the price. You know what they really did them in, though, don't you? Yeah, a forged diary page. That night I interviewed him. I found out something about Mr. Measham I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have eyes, ears, potatoes have eyes, end quote. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty? No. I'm talking about
feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. Whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back of neck, freaks out, end quote.
Because you felt guilty?
Why would I feel guilty?
It felt like you were being watched, huh? Wonder what it all means. Drew Measham felt like he was being watched, and you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves?
Nerves? No, it's not so mundane. Yeah, I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. A journalist sure is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gramery got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? He completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then, for 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made.
And then, he dies.
Starting to put the pieces together, aren't we?
And you were being watched this whole time.
Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too.
Me?
I met Zach through that case, actually.
You mean the shooting of Magnifique Grammary?
No, before that. It's not widely known.
You mean the accident? During the quick draw shoot-'em practice?
My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, oh, little puppy, all for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now.
Alan Gramery did mention one particularly nosy reporter.
In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Gramery at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalasha, was it?
Really?
Then Thalasha disappeared, quite suddenly at that. And Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of a scoop, goes on a feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalasha's husband, see?
Zach Gramery?
Something strange was in the air over at True Gramery in those days. The whole screwy manner-controlling disciple scene started by then, I'm guessing. Thalasha, she was a part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me off the record.
Sorry, I don't know.
Anyway, I kept prying, eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times, yeah. But over time, he came to see me as his confidant. He's been waiting this whole time, 7 years, huh?
Waiting?
For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifique Miracle. Of course, it was all a dream.
Because of this. The performance rights.
In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zach and Valent?
So Valent waited until Zach died, legally at least.
The time comes, and Valent's like a kid on Christmas morning.
He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know?
If that document sees a legal light of day, he's gonna put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valent Gramery. Lost out to his partner at work, and in love, too.
Love?
It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. What is 3 sides, and all of them pointing? A love triangle.
That is pretty classic. Final Fantasy 4, anyone?
When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like a family. More than an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing.
In the middle of this, Thalassa has Trucy, and then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Take a look at this, Mr. Brushel. Do you know this person?
Do I know that person? Of course! I was friends with Zach after all. He hit me a few times, 5 times actually. But still, I never forget his wife.
The Lassa Grammary, Magnifi Grammary's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her?
Well, why the heck not? So, the Lassa married Zach and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually.
You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before.
Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. Apparently, he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year.
I didn't know.
But she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know.
There's the link. There are the bracelets. Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all.
What do you mean?
Just reminiscing, you know. The Lassa has another child besides Trucy, unquote.
What? But Trucy said she was an only child.
Yes. This one she had with her previous husband.
Her previous husband? Her first husband who died during a performance?
Yup. They had themselves a kid. I know they're orphaned now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now.
The Lassa had another child. Do you think I could borrow that photo?
Sure. I can be generous on occasion, you know.
I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget.
People in advance all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think?
I was too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying.
Sometimes you just gotta accept you won't be able to untangle it all, I think.
Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next.
Next, you say?
I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Not until money got involved.
Magnifi. I was just wondering what Magnifi would think of all this.
What do you mean?
Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power.
You mean how I can't lie to Trucy?
It was the same with Magnifi. And with his daughter, the Lassa.
It's a strange thing. You think it's some grammary gene?
Magnifi told me once, back when Zach married the Lassa, he said Zach had good eyes. But not like a Grammary's eyes. Not that good.
I wonder if Zach ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grammary's secret was?
Maybe nobody, now that Zach's gone.
Zach Grammary. I love how straightforward this man is, that there were no locks involved. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Grammary fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Grammary's power. What is the canonical explanation for Phoenix being able to carry evidence between two eras, between 2 years, 7 years apart? A power which passed from Magnifi Grammary to the Lassa, to the next generation. Now it once again need to meet. The one who bridged it all together. It's not actual time travel. It's like, what, simulations born from his memory or something? Or is that going to be explained to me later? Anyway, I believe I now have all the evidence to get the most from Zach, my man. A fanciful explaining of the facts and evidence to the jurors. Oh, yeah, the Mason system. So the jurors... I know you don't want to talk about her. Oh, wait. Wait! I've already forgotten the sequence of events here. It's a stamp, right? Yeah. So really, this is just a big... So all of the jurors are playing this game right now? Is that what you're telling me? No, they're just hearing the explanation. So is anyone actually playing a game? Or is that directed straight at the player? Or is it canonically Apollo or some such? Get the in-depth minutia because you're a player and gameplay is needed. So is that kind of a fourth wall break? Kind of. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. Might not be 100% proof, but it's close. His link between this boy and the last one. More of a ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory. Here's the evidence of the missing link. Shazappo! Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband. He died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. Oh, he was a performer. I met when he joined us Grammaries as a guest on our show. After Thalassa wedded him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. I couldn't help but notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They are a Grammary family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son. Oh, look at that. Such a fondness for his wife that two locks went right at the same time. This strange power, I myself do not know from where it comes. Yet the fact is that it is passed down to the Grammary line, and it runs in her veins. What is it? I asked her, Thalassa, once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person, and they become tense, even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it. Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting that tension without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait, were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. I admit, the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. But what kind of power could a bracelet have? I've made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Oh wow, everything? Well, I hardly need you to tell me that at this point, but those two are brother and sister, yes. And the brother too has this power of theirs. So, Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. Yes, you're right. Tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see or live a life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt. Once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something? Yes. And this is how they can shrink to the exact size of the wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with the power? What have I told you? The Grand Marie power reacts to the tension in others. When a Grand Marie senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of the muscles. So minute, they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles? Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. With the bracelet on, one can sense these contractions, because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Oh, gets tighter on their wrist, precisely. But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe how the process works from there. There's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? I guess that sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. Only one. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped, if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to the sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So, basically what you're saying is, the Grand Maries can see really well. Well, them, seeing is more than believing. It's knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me, too. Now, of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something? Precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. You're talking about poker, yes? The timing when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. This is all I know of all things grammary. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is a real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I want to tell you of that night. That night? The night my mentor, Magnifique Grammary, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols, and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifique's test. A test? In his last years, Magnifique Grammary worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him, so I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Ready to get that cap? That fit is fire.
Take this. I give my art to you, Zack.
What?
It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Though I would not have minded dying by your hand.
How could I shoot you? You're my mentor.
Ah, I thought you might say that.
If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then?
Then, of course, I would have given Valent his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. You or Valent would have shot me in the head. And I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yet this ending too gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day.
It seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be a successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valent's. Perhaps, but it is not something we'll ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valent up to these days? Waiting for you to die? 7 years passed like this, and performance rights go to him. And now here I am, and his dream is ended. And it's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me they've put the blame for our mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There are even rumors that Valent had helped you pull it off. But that's madness! Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated? Even though I'm dead? That night, Zack Ramery was killed. He died as Shoddy Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. His confession, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he had killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valent Grammary. Zack's confession. 7 years passed, I, Zack Grammary, murdered my mentor, Magnifi Grammary. Fascinating. Well, we're moving on to the Sunshine Coliseum. And who are we going to talk to here? Valent? Again? Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valent. 7 years has it been. Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press. I have nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself, and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I needed to hear it from you. I've walked a difficult road these past 7 years, because you couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire. Do not be deceived! Valent's skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way. Zack Grammary. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zack Grammary murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as if it were only yesterday. Or maybe a couple of minutes ago for us. Yet, that was not the way of it, in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner Zack vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of a press said. I had no idea. Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. I cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillian distraction. Here I must stand, smiling at them all. What am I if not a player in some fiendish farce? Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnafy's death is still a mystery to this day, which is why I came here to get the answer from you. And right on cue. Oh, only 2 of them. I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping a hole in the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. That sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Come on, man. You have to do this to me in the past and the present? Magnafy's death. Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. Well, 7 long years I've endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troupe within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valiant, but right now, I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valiant, I won't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. Wapaki! Man, what might this be? I see it bears the Gramarye's seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner, but I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights of Magnafy's miracles. What? Zach Gramarye? He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter? Trucy Enigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous! Zach's gone! Vanished into the void! This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Why? Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived enthralled to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnafy! Yes, it was Zach, it was! Then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness. Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Gramarye shot Magnafy? Was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out! Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valiant. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnafy Gramarye? I believe I have the answers to your prayers right here. Zach Gramarye wrote one more thing before passing on. This is a confession in which he admits to the killing of Magnafy Gramarye. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet, it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zach wrote this right in front of me, after I explained your situation to him. Oh my goodness! Alright, ready to fess up? You do know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes, it's my opinion that Zach Gramarye killed no one. And you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Two receive the instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yes? So he vanished to protect me, his partner. The stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnafy Gramarye in the forehead? If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will. There's nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mental magnifies repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. I knew it. So Valiant Gramarye did kill the great Magnifi. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. But it was not I who shot my mentor! What? But if it wasn't you, then who did it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple, such as... I don't know. Knack and talent, Gramarye, maybe? Your wild fancies could be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valiant received those threatening letters. Yet there was another. One more person could have fired the pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. If it wasn't Zack or Valiant who shot Magnifi, then it had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Wait. You don't mean... Yes. The great Magnifi Gramarye himself. So, Magnifi Gramarye committed suicide? You find it hard to believe? To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. When I turned to me to leave the room, the old man called out to me. You spoke with Magnifi Gramarye? Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnifi transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner Zack Gramarye, not me. I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me your apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. Your crime? Is Valiant Gramarye confessing something to me? What could be more serious than murder? You see, I know that 2 letters have been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That's what I understood Magnifi's plan. You wanted to die by one of your hands? Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to the repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon? Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnifi. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime. What? That night, I prepared something before going to Magnifi's hospital room. Which was... IV fluid, of course. I had seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then, I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. But then, Magnifi called me back. I'm sorry, Valiant. I'm giving my magic to Zack, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please, help him if you can. I left the room, and then I stopped. A shock of what I had been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnifi Gramarye killing himself? Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of the suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints, and used the syringe to add the IV liquid I'd brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnifi died, and you framed Zack for the murder. As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but... Yes? I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valent. Thank you. And as I should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision. You're going to turn yourself in? My pardon may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing arts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man, but I find I was wrong. For Zach Gremery was alive. Well, not anymore. And now it occurs to me, what if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zach Rammering. Then, I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Zach Rammering, Shoddy Smith, whichever name you prefer. He's no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I had to do to push back the darkness for good. It would involve paying that man a visit. Oh, are we actually meant to try and take a crack at oh, never mind. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. You know when he'll be finished? Well, could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to say. There it is. The yellow envelope. And the sender is... Drew Mishon was right. Yep, the testimony from the trial. It was a yellow envelope. There it is. This is the last letter that Drew Mishon wrote. There's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this Atroquinin spray fires anything. So this was Drew Mishon's messenger of death. It was the stamp, all right, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. Gotcha. The interview request came, like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you, so please release the spell you put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. Oh? The spell he put on his daughter? Meaning the one that's keeping her from going outside? Convincing her that bad things will happen unless she takes her... Well, actually, either it's her avoiding the outside... Or, no, it wouldn't be the poison because that happened after he wrote the letter. What's this? A burglar in jail? Gavin, I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? A shake of the head, a very familiar gesture to Phoenix. There are no known survivors for atroquinin poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right? What? Yeah, Kevin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry, forgot I had it. Many thanks. Not the wide Kristoff. You've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now, it is time. Every story has an ending. You've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. To be continued. Woo! The trial is super short, if you can logic it out. Short enough that we can just do it now. Next stream day with the game ready to go afterwards. Super short if we can logic it out. When we're talking super short, we're talking half an hour, single hour. We're an hour and a half over time, so what are we thinking? I mean, we still have the trial, and then we have the whole epilogue. Or does the show... If I save it, I'll need another game for Saturday. And the thing is, I believe that I will not have a short Saturday. You wouldn't mind waiting until the next stream for it. It's 3 a.m. for you. The thing is, I have no way to cleanly separate these streams, so it would have to be, yeah, 3 a.m. for everybody. Basically, one last big deduction. Well, if you guys. Well, you can't just go to bed and then watch the VOD. The show goes on. Welcome to court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant, Vera Measham, innocent or guilty? Oh wow, you can't save scum inside the Mason system. The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Preparations complete, baby. Something inside me rising, surfacing. Something important, lost long ago. It's close now. So close. Did you account for all the time I spend reading things out?
Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Measham.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready to rock, baby.
Prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant... Vera Measham's condition?
acute atriquinin poisoning. According to her physician, she could die at any time. Thus, her absence from the courtroom today. What? They can't put her on trial without being here. It is unusual. They should wait for her to get better and do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them. That's being a little harsh. They can't delay the trial any longer, or they risk having no one left to try. A trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tell us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. That's what I said. Right. If Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. And I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtain all these years. I'm going to get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time.
Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin.
The prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events, baby. Why did Vera Measham succumb to poison? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done. But Vera was poisoned with atroquinin, the exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have had access to the poison. Significant, since it's rather hard to come by.
That is true.
In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objections, I see no reason to postpone a verdict.
What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense hold that Vera Measham is the victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something, baby. She was in court giving her testimony before us. How do you propose her killer poisoned her? Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mystery killer was.
Prosecution's objection is sustained. I ask the defense to prove its claims to the court. Tell us how Vera Measham was poisoned.
I've got two things to prove here. Who did it and how. Which to hit first. I am going to hit the how first. How did the killer poison Vera Measham? I'll focus first on the method used.
Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin?
Not a bottle or container of the poison was found on the defendant's body.
I see. So the vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how poison reached Vera Measham?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. What method was used to poison Vera Measham?
Her nail polish, Your Honor.
What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle! I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand!
Mods, ban the judge. Is that nail polish? Huh, it's colorless. Ah! Something the matter? No, nothing. Nothing at all.
So the killer put the poison in this bottle and made her drink it.
As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish.
Nail polish?
It's like paint from nails. Know any women with red nails?
No, my wife has red nails. I see, so she's been painting them all this time.
Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court?
Court is now back in session.
Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails.
Her nails? Ugh!
Prosecutor Gavin, when the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails?
Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once. Mr. Justice.
Yes?
Do you know who did this? Do you know who put the poison in that nail polish?
Yes. That bottle belongs to Vera Measham? Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have a bottle like this? No. Just checking.
Mr. Justice! You're about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation. Here, let me show you.
Understood, Your Honor. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time.
Then let us ask. Who poisoned Veromisham via her nail polish?
I like how they put Kristoff right at the beginning, just kind of as an inclination of Apollo's intuition.
What's this? Christoph Gavin?
What's your game? My bro. There's no way he could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else.
Indeed. He is behind bars.
I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did. What? Ask yourselves when he put the poison in the bottle. Could have been yesterday, could have been a month ago, maybe it was a year ago, or perhaps it was 7 years ago.
But Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable.
Your Honor, do you know what that word means? Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. Oh, he's sweating, baby. Kristoff is a horrible person. Gave a child who has crazy bad social anxiety poison nail polish, told her to wear it when she goes out into the world. He's been at the beginning of both cases he's shown up in as Apollo. Wait, what? The beginning of both cases he's shown up in as Apollo? The wording on that is kind of awkward for me. That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all. Oh, in the court records, I see. as if pointing directly at the guilty party the entire time. It's like, yep, he is guilty here, and not just for case 1.
Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there's a clear and pressing need, we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness.
Fine. I've known for some time that impenetrable darkness lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay. The defense's wish is granted. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand, baby.
Bailiff, begin proceedings to call a special witness. A witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison.
In the first trial, he was in the first slot because he was Apollo's assistant character. Now he's here because he's the baddie. And what a baddie he is! Oh, Your Honor. How nice to see you again.
It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Ah, Mr. Justice. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss? Stiff upper lip, Apollo. You can do it. Does this bottle look familiar? Ariadne nail polish. Why, yes, I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. She's not dead yet. And, was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste, indeed. This nail polish shows how Veramisham was poisoned. A troquinin, was it?
You're well informed about the case, Mr. Gavin.
The head shake. Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Clavier? Maybe you can explain this. You're being accused again. By him again. Ah, and you agree with this accusation, do you?
That wasn't a no. Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please.
I'd be delighted.
The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin.
Absolute monster of a person who engineered an almost flawless trap. If he hadn't killed Zack, he would have gotten away with everything. Indeed.
You're suspected of poisoning the defendant, Vera Misham. Please testify on this matter to the court.
Alright, this is going to be some airtight testimony, I can imagine. We go straight into the Allegra, too. Owning the same nail polish is not a murder to make. I've been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poison, the meaning which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father too? Did he... Is that last statement the one I need to press?
Well, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely.
Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Mishams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice?
Very well, Mr. Justice. Begin your cross-examination.
I'm accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss. But I know he poisoned the Mishams. The question is when he could have done it. Not to mention why. You don't need to press anything? Oh, really? Oh! I can just, alright. Been in solitary confinement for half a year after they poisoned him. Her father died of the poison, meaning the prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father and then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father, too. Alright. Let's go ahead and, I'm going to guess that this isn't going to help me out at all. Well, it has to be there. Oh, wow. Oh, that's a good glare. Her poisoning. Her father. Oh, nope. I didn't mean to back out. It's the one with the big statement. She poisoned the prosecution. Father died of poison, and the same was to be clear. In solitary, how could I poison her? That is a villain glare. You betcha. In solitary confinement for half a year. I was on the right one? Well, shoot. Let's see here. Surely, you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning. Alright, let's see here. What are we looking for? That scar always there? I think it's the scar, you guys. Gotcha! Mr. Gavin, you're nervous about something. There is that finger pointing at me so rudely. And that desperate gleam in your eyes. It's quite disturbing, actually. Perhaps because you have no faith in your own logic. which is why you cling to your dubious power. Confident or not, I've come a long way, Mr. Gavin. Just a little more to go. I need a word. There must be some word that sends shivers down his spine. A word? All the tails have movement, so you can easily see them. I see. A single word? Oh, man. So is the scar just... Oh, the scar is just on there. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning... Ah! The father! Gotcha! So I was right about it being the scar. They kind of signposted me into it. It was you who killed Drew Misham. A buff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father, too. Your hand tensed unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the news. And let's assume, for the sake of argument, that you saw me being tense. There's also a devil's face right there. That's what Vera saw, huh? What does that mean? Are all the tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Misham fond of nail polish too? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get to someone's mouth. Huh. Then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Misham was killed on October 6th. Well, I was already in my solitary confinement cell at Central Prison. If that is not an alibi, then I don't know what is. But you found a way all the same, and I found it too. Oh no! There it is! There's the facade dropping. This is how you poison Mr. Misham. My. Here I thought you'd come so far. Eh? Oh. Lacking any confidence whatsoever? Alright. Then it has to be the stamp. Oh, not that either? Hold on a second. I thought I had it, but I guess I need to think about this a little bit more. Nope. This then. Okay. The law. There were three bits of evidence related to the one answer, and I had to pick the right one. Well, I thought it was the poison on the frame that was going to be the answer. I am sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Misham died, he was seen writing a letter. A troquinin was found on this stamp, Mr. Gavin. So might understand this stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. Oh, and yes, this stamp was found in your prison cell! You ain't happy about that one. That is all, Your Honor.
Order! Poison on the back of the stamp?
The stamp put the poison onto the frame, not the other way around. All I know is that frame has always been a stand-in for the stamp and atroquin poisoning. Those three things have been interconnected, so you can see where I was going with that. After Drew Mission was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell, Phoenix Wright. Daddy? That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Mission write you a letter. That's how you killed him. What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Let me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need to do is recall witness Spark Brushell's testimony. After he put his letter in the envelope, Mr. Measham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer, yes, a stamp, so-called postage stamp. End quote. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? What I'm arriving at is that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was mere coincidence he used it that night.
That would seem to be the case.
Or perhaps you meant to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence.
He does have a point. How would this witness know that the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he wouldn't have planned the murder.
What? Really, Clavier? You should be seeing through these weak-spined bluffs by now. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Measham would use the stamp that night? Least of all, Christoph Gavin locked away in his cell.
Well, it seems that the defense has run out of things to say.
You assumed he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defense's bluff has been called. The defense's bluff? I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christoph. Clavier? Honestly, I wanted to believe you, but the defense wasn't trying to get away with a bluff, baby. You were, Christoph!
What are you saying? Prosecutor Gavin?
Forehead. What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that this poison stamp killed Drew Measham, yeah? To which my brother responded thusly. There was no way to know when Measham would use the stamp.
Yes, that's right. Which is why it couldn't have been planned.
Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it just been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Drew Measham died by that stamp. That's all. Coincidence? Christoph, you tried to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject, baby. If that's not bluffing, what is it? What are you up to, Clavier? I could ask you the same question, Christoph. The stamp was mailed out to the crime scene prior. But you know of its existence and what it was directly. Contents of the old letter. Said he used the stamp to reply to him. I silenced the defense with fewest words possible. It's called efficiency.
But, Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony.
Very well. I shall take his claim head on then. Justice. What? You accuse me of Drew Measham's murder, yes? It'll allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter?
Apollo, motive. He's talking about a motive. Indeed. It's hard to see an attorney could come to want to kill a painter.
Now here's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose. So what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive.
A motive for murder. This is vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement.
I'd say it's about this vital. That's pretty vital.
Well, Mr. Justice,
I'm going through with this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence.
then let's see what you have for us. What reason did Christoph Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Misham?
Well, he could talk about the notebook page, right? It's the forged evidence. Christoph Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Misham's studio in the first place.
And why was that?
Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Misham accepts his first job creating forged evidence.
I've seen that before. A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnifique Grammarie's diary.
Christoph is probably the second worst person in the Apollo trilogy. Looking forward to seeing the number one worst person. When Attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yes. This was the evidence he presented to his loss. This evidence is a fake, yes. But did Mr. Wright request the forgery be made? That was never proven. The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright, who other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it. And why would they? Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter? This is the first page. And this is the second.
Those were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Misham by the client who requested that forgery.
The enclosed stamp was none other than the poisoned commemorative stamp. Drew Misham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old? The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery.
To keep them from talking?
But he made a mistake. The commemorative stamp was of something that the recipient wanted to keep around. The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Our forehead. You understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp. And it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the 2 statements ago, the one who schemed to kill Drew Misham was none other than Phoenix Wright! Sorry, but that's not how this is going to go down. Oh, then how will it go down? I checked through the records on the case when I found this 7 years ago, just before the trial began. Old boy. Yep. Baby Trucy, get it out of your system. Can we get some baby Trucies in the chat? One more thing. The files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Asking the impossible of you. All you did was play cards and that was enough. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. The day before? There is a question. Just who was Shadi Enigmar's previous defense attorney? No. This can't all be. But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin!
Order! What is the meaning of this? Witness, I mean defendant, former lawyer.
Let me begin by denying this. It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin, and impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim?
That would be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield.
Air forehead. Are you sure you don't have evidence? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy. Hell yeah, look at all those baby trucies. Evidence! Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Clavier. Just prove it! Clear up these doubts now, or I swear, I'm off this case. He must have thought of some evidence, Apollo. Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. That darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him, and proof is the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Misham?
Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Misham 7 years ago. Prove it!
It can be proven. Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not. Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then I say we give him the benefit of a doubt.
Very well, but if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty.
Your Honor, you do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Shouldn't the penalty not match his passion?
I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice?
Fine, Your Honor. All I have to prove is any kind of link. Something that ties Christoph Gavin to Drew Misham, and I have something that clearly does the job.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Misham.
Letter posted by Drew Misham just before dying. Poison trace is found on the stamp. Where was this found? Gavin's cell. This evidence proves there's a link. That scrap of paper. I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Well, my intention is to save right before I present the evidence. So yes, so many safety saves. I don't know when I'm going to be put up to present the evidence. Is there some problem? There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't. Hey, that's Daddy's handwriting.
Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this?
I see now. Yes, of course.
What do you mean, of course?
I just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright? When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail.
Mail? You mean this letter wasn't in your cell?
No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forging habit.
Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible.
This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter.
Reproduction?
When Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera.
What?
He recorded his entire conversation with you, Gavin. It's a good thing this isn't taking place in California, otherwise that would be illegal, I think. And the contents of your personal mail.
Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video a man with no authority whatsoever claims he saw. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery. Prosecutor Gavin.
Prosecutor Gavin? As embarrassing as this for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please. Acting a lot like Manfred von Karma right here.
The defense's claim is denied. What? Only actual evidence is permitted in a court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record.
Better luck next time, Justice.
Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination, but the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point.
Apollo, do something! I'm thinking, but without evidence, I don't have anything I can use on him.
Very well, this ends the special witness's cross-examination.
The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more, baby. Only now do I understand why.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years, and I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph?
Claudia, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say anything you'll regret.
Spinning out of whose control? Mine? Or yours?
Take a moment to consider everything you've built.
Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You could lose it all, Claudia. Apollo, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember what's really important to you. You amuse me, Air Forehead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me even if I tried. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago. Playing back the moment when things went south for Phoenix. There's one last thing I must do. Alrighty. I'm familiar with the trial. I've watched the video several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it?
Unnatural?
Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence. And the next moment, you call in Drew Measham. It's almost as if what? Funny. Didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence.
Ugh!
Correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diary page. Don't do this, Clavier. I knew because you told me, Kristoff! What?! Probably shouldn't be voice acting the passion lines when it's 1 AM over here. It was the night before the trial. Clavier. Kristoff, I'm not seeing you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. Huh. I won't be appearing at the trial, actually. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing off with you in your first trial, apparently. But in exchange, I brought information. Information? The attorney who will be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then... I wondered about it at the time. How did Kristoff know so much? Prosecutor Gavin? Kristoff. We were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserve that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on the case. The victim's belongings? Which would have included Magnifi's diary, wouldn't it?
Mr. Gavin?
My, Clavier. You disappoint me. You find trees, yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug. Not anymore. Tell me what was going on beyond that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Apollo, I think we're finally going to shine a little light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Grammering. 2 cards. Oh, wait a minute. Is this a matter of pride? Did Kristoff lose in cards against Zach? You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. This is a matter of pride the entire time? To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion. Wow, okay. So this whole thing was just a result of some self-destructive pettiness. Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete. Zach wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Kristoff Gavin. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright? A second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs. He dismissed me and went with that pitiful excuse for a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. Hold it. So the one who requested that forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, those 2 men shamed me, and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zach Grammary both deserved what they got. So you asked Mr. Measham to forge that evidence, so you could win. But then when you were dismissed as Zach Grammry's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made, Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. They're both pointing at him now. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Perfectly? You're mad, Kristoff. Stop fooling yourself, baby. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end?
Cancelled when the defendant vanished.
Ah, I get it. So, Kristoff, you've been living in fear for 7 years.
What?
You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved in the case for 7 years. Yep, that was a really important conversation. Measham felt he was being watched, Brushel thought he was being watched, and Brushel was pretty sure that Phoenix was being watched.
Wait just a minute. Zach Gramarye was seen by this reporter? How is that possible? Was he alive after being gone 7 years?
Finally, I know this moment was coming. Just didn't think we'd get here so fast. Zach Gramarye, gone missing for 7 years. Trucy's father? What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him! Right, leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Kristoff Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler.
I remember him quite well. Shoddy Smith, was it?
Kristoff became Phoenix's friend in order to keep an eye on him. Yep.
Poisoned in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic.
The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that traveler was Zach Gramarye. What is it, Apollo? Huh? Keep going. We'll talk about it later. Did she already know?
Someone please explain this! Mr. Justice, can you explain this?
It all started 7 years ago. The great magician Magnifique Gramarye's death started it. Magnifique Gramarye's death and his student Zach Gramarye, the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully would be famous beyond belief. Thinking that, Kristoff Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence.
Drew Measham?
Actually, it was his daughter Vera who did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin?
Precautions?
To keep people from talking, of course. These two know too much. Leave them alive and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers. A troquinin, applied to a commemorative stamp. But luck was on Mr. Measham's side. The bomb didn't go off.
His daughter? She saved him by taking the stamp. I see.
But that wasn't the only bomb he set up. The Ariadne nail polish. Of course. You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Measham is nervous, she has a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails.
Ugh.
That nail polish was her good luck charm. Yep. So, he forced her to be so closely attached to that nail polish, because it ended up being poison. damn, Kristoff. It was his insurance.
Insurance?
As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous, and the nail polish would do the rest. This time bomb sat there for 7 years, and then they went off almost simultaneously. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Clavier, surely you understand. We're back to the evidence. The lacking evidence. Nothing proves a link between him and the Etrequinin that took Miss Drew Misham's life. What about the restaurant? You killed Zach Grammering to keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you'd like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shoddy Smith, about whom we know little else. You can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive? Okay, and why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Misham, suspected of the murder of her father. My trial's been finished for 6 months now.
I'm afraid we've strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Misham is on trial here.
No, but you're doing so well, Apollo.
As long as there's no evidence to support the accusation against him, this court of inquiry cannot find Vera Misham innocent.
Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence. You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was a poison in the nail polish. Who, then, was responsible for causing Vera Misham to bite her nails? What? It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you. What? Evidence is everything. There's nothing more.
I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion.
Your Honor,
Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner, Phoenix Wright's determination as well.
However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yes, Kristoff, you're right. That is, you would have been right, until now. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the trial case for a new judicial system. That's right. I'd totally forgotten. The juror system!
Jurist, you say? The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law.
Common citizens?
Wisdom? Is this some kind of joke? What could I possibly gain by doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless, emotional mob of irrational mouth-brings? Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law. Nonsense. There's only room for 2 in this court. Me and the law. Keep the riffraff out! Don't I say?
They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. That's actually kind of creepy that they look directly at us like this. So you're telling me that this one particular angle has actually been diegetic in universe this entire time? How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright? Uh-oh. Here comes the crash! So, everything was leading to this. Of course. Right. I won't even begin to try and voice act this crash out. Oh. This man's been through it. I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. Law is everything. Law is absolute. You let ignorant swine soil your courts. Christoph, it's over. Claudia, the law is absolute. You can't be serious. What? Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law is an absolute, baby. It's filled with contradictions.
The law is the end product of many years of history. The fruit of human knowledge.
Here's a fun thing. If you go back to a Mega Man Battle Network 6 VODs, if you look for the one stream with the thumbnail of Judge Man on it, I entitled that VOD "The Fruit of Human Knowledge." You can go back into my live stream history and see for yourself.
Like a gem, polish or gleam through trials and errors. This is the fruit we receive and pass on and face in our time.
Phoenix activated Mirror Force and Kristoff forgot his back row removal. I understood that reference.
And it is always changing, growing, nurturing. It is our task as human beings.
Except for you, Kristoff. You aren't changing. You've stopped. You're not needed anymore, baby. I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I hadn't seen enough. But someday, I'll know what law is. And I'll fight to change it if I have to.
I see no need to further prolong this trial. This began as the trial of Misham, accused of murdering her father. The painter, Drew Misham, however. Several other incidents were reviewed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision, jurors of the court. For the death of Drew Misham, how do you find the defendant, Vera Misham, innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter.
The jurors' chambers. This ends the trial for the case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Misham is currently in intensive care. If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Measham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she's innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all. You can't save scum in the Does the ending change if you say wait, what? There's an achievement for picking guilty in the collection. Am I gonna lose all my progress if I pick guilty just for the achievement? Or does it not matter if I pick guilty or innocent? It doesn't matter? Please, wait. Yes? Oh, you would have to load your last save. Damn. That's actually a long time of waiting, of conversation. Because when was the last time I saved? It was like... Yeah, the last time I saved was before presenting the yellow envelope. So it's been a while. It's not a worthy ending anyway? Then that's fine. Yes, jurist number 6? There's something in the jurist handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists. That is correct. I have looked into all your dossiers. None of you are involved with the development of the case. With the development of the case? I see. Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decisions in the case against Vera Measham. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely. Judge well. Let me see here. So you... Oh my goodness! You see whose silhouette is on the You see whose silhouette is on there? If you look really closely, you can see who jurist number 6 is. And unfortunately, you're not able to save scum. If you look really closely at your screen, you can see who it is. Anyways... Not guilty. Okay. Confirm? Oh, confirm. There we go. And the bracelet. It's all coming together. And so the verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. The first verdict under the jurist system. Innocent, by unanimous decision. The record will show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed. A laugh louder than any heard before, or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering but seemed like hours. October 10th, 8:30 a.m., the morning after the trial, in an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. There, Measham opened her eyes. Vera, I'm so glad. Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too, and proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about what if Vera, Hey now, don't you start crying too. Sorry you had to see us like this. Ah, there's that smile. Vera? Thank you so much, Apollo. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If you never would have bitten your nails. No, I was wrong. staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Vera, when I opened my eyes and saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be part of the world, to see things with your own eyes. It looks like that poison had some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life. I knew you'd pull through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you. No, really, it's okay.
Ah, look at that. It's Trucy.
Usually, the way that she grimaces is probably due to her intense personality, but I think she just bares her teeth when she's drawing because she's just so into it. I love it! Thanks! She really captured the essence of Apollo. Is that me? She really... I can swear to you, I have not heard this before. I guess that capturing essence is just a common thing when you talk about art. Once again, I could write the script for a game. Hire me, somebody. I think so, at least. That reminds me. Do you know where the other lawyer is? The other lawyer? Oh, you mean Daddy? Except he's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from the things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eyes again someday and apologize. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that. He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier. You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching them all? You know, I knew my real daddy was alive. Huh? I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom. You did what? How? I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away. If you vote guilty, Vera's trial doesn't get a verdict because of a hung jury and gets delayed another day because it's never declared because Vera dies to the poisoning. Damn. That is not worth whatsoever. That's not even worth an achievement. Why would you give an achievement for that? You're messed up. You may not meet again for some time, Trucy. But know this, I will be watching, and one day I shall return. You're the next Grammary, after all. Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he? It's okay. Phoenix is my daddy now, even if he can't really play the piano. That he can't. Oh, and I've got you too, even if your voice is kind of loud sometimes. Glad I made your list. Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy? The one who can't play? Do you know Apollo? I think he said he had to meet someone. I wonder. Maybe it's a new mommy. Oh, Trucy. Yes, Vera? I was wondering, could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted. Yet. Here goes. Do us an impersonation, Mr. Hat.
Objection! Ahem.
Not loud enough. And I like Ms. Magic Underwear better anyway. That's Magic Panties, Apollo. So, your memory's returned. Mr. Wright, was this all part of your plan too? I don't know what you're talking about. When I lost my memory, I was reborn as La Miroir, but you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists. Ah, you're thinking into it too much. Besides, there's no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy. Of course it is a happy thing. For so long I thought I was alone. But now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This too, I think, is thanks to you. Are you gonna tell them? They do not know? Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings. I will go to them when the time is right. Until then, Don't worry. I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me, too. Here we go. Took me a little while, but waterworks are starting. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her, at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels. On the inside. Your bracelet. Yes? I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years. But your bracelets were the strangest of all. Not the front-facing Apollo! I remember meeting him half a year ago now in Christoph Gavin's office. And then I met you. 2 fates destined to intertwine. Almost like they were dual destinies! And I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing, that bullet. Yet it tore who I was away. 10 years ago, during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died, but I didn't survive the accident. That is why I left the troupe. My family. Now, my memory has returned. I am myself once more. For the first time, I'm glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, their Misham regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken, sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really. As long as they've got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story. For now, anyway. Still got a long way to go with this power of mine. It needs some work. But there's hope now. We lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again. Hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep at this lawyer thing for a while. Oops, training time. Gotta go. Cords of steel. Here comes justice. And ladies and gentlemen, that is Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Oh, I'm glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Troop Grammary. Trucy's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy. Trucy Grammary? Frankly, I got my doubts, but Hat Grammary? Now that'll pack 'em in. Ha! Everything's in photos. GG's! Not every day you get a trial that rocks harder than one of our gigs, yeah? That's why it's over. The Gaviners are breaking up. News caused a run on tissues at supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now, baby. Look forward to our next jam session. No extra trial this time. Were there any extra trials in... I don't think there... I think there was only one extra trial in, well... There was one extra trial in the first game, the first Phoenix, right? Well, it's finally over. You know, thinking about it, I've been a piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted, and I've got time on my hands, maybe I'll take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam. Again. And then I'll just put my palm right on Apollo's big forehead and shove him into the back line. Oh, there are extra cases in both of the games that come after this. I see. Cool. Well, so I was standing around eating snackoos the other day, and I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch, or better yet, make them ding. Ah, the power of science. Although the preservatives might not be 100% safe. So they gave us one extra case in for the DS port of the first game. Wonder why they didn't give us extra cases in 2 or 3. In a likely event you are wanting Russian feast, come to Borscht Bowl Club. Only thing colder than a restaurant is borscht. Ah, verificator challenge is being required. Haha! Then come to the hideout. You know who to ask for. Wonder how many people we're actually gonna see. The one in Dual Destinies is a madness trial. What does madness trial mean? So, Kentucky Pastries is getting back to its eastern roots. Spread the culture and all. Yo, boss! Culture time! This is how we right route, capiche? But we're still about giving back to the people. Yo, boss! PR time! Show me them eyes. And this is how we write people, alright? Not that Walkie's paying any attention. Woo, kids. The one you're defending an orca in, I see. Bizoy! Chinese characters on cake was fly idea like 3,000 years ago, believe that. You wanna make it today, you gotta keep it real, you know what I'm saying? Yo, that's why I made the OG cracker for real. I know it don't look like no cracker, G. What, you want me to call it the OG muffin? Ooh, square up, square up. Can only imagine what the Orca trial's about. I don't know where all this talk about food is coming from. You ask me, there's only one food, that's noodles. Noodles forever. I got a new one too, see? This time, I just put a big chunk of salt in the bowl. Why pretend? Hilden's noodles is about the salt. Salt forever. Now he's gonna be Mr. Talas. The trial goes places. Well, look at who it is. It's P. Snatcher. An exceptionally inquisitive nature is one me unequivocal adoration of my department. You see, they used to call me Wesley Stickler, now they call me Wesley Sticky Hands. But no longer. I have a new name, one that reflects my true academic nature. Wesley Sicko reporting. Yes, curiosity is a sickness, and I am the cure. Wesley Sicko, you say? So the Orca Trail goes places, huh? Looking forward to it, whenever it happens. Everyone calls him Wesley Sicko. Not wrong. I do not know how to thank you for all you've done. Light has returned to my life, and with it joy. May have lost years, but I have gained a treasure. 2 treasures, in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. Just brings a tear to the old eye. Now she's no longer veiled as Lemuel. Russell here, back on the beat with another interview. Yeah? How do I feel about things turned out? No scoop yet, but journalist confidence in mint condition. End quote. Of course, this would be the picture frame, the snap. All right, who's disturbing my slumber here? Decided to keep painting. Originals only, of course. Supposed to have to see a bit of the world outside to find what to paint. But I know there's good people out there now. I've met them. The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you. Nice. Ah, a real picture. Amazing. There you go. The three main stars of the Write Anything Agency. Apollo, Trucy, and Mr. Hat. You've unlocked a special bonus in music background settings. Apollo Justice State's Attorney commemorative Kazuya Nuri. Continue on in the next game, Dual Destinies? Not right now. We need to get a rest. But I do want to see that that picture in full. Game selection and museum. Oh, the museum is in here, is it? Where's the museum? Options. Where's the museum? I want to see that picture. Switch games, options, set music background. Here we go. Background. There it is. Come on. Ah, there it is. A beauticious background, if you ever seen one. Switch games. Oh wow, we got a full anime opening here. Yeah, seriously. Wasn't expecting that. I was just expecting more slideshow. But this is a preview of what's to come. Oh, the museum is the fourth game. I see. And something happened to Apollo here. Looks like someone tried to take away his power. But nothing's gonna keep him down. Alright, anyway. I just wanted this to be... I just wanted to be looking at this when we're done. Anyway. I see what you're getting at there. Anyway, that is it for Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, the first of a trilogy. Thank you so much for joining me on this finale. Guess I'll be changing the thumbnail and the metadata. So, glad everyone could stay here for the ending of this saga. Blair, Solaris, Madara Katone, James, Matthew was in here for a little bit. I believe AQ is in here a bit as well. And it sounds like that is the extent of it. And of course, thank you if you're watching this extended stream as a VOD. I believe this is going to be my second or third longest stream, but it's worth it. We're going to go ahead and close out here for the sake of all of our sleep cycles. So I actually do have my next game picked out, assuming I can get all of the technology to work, and nothing's been scratched up or anything. I still haven't checked it out. But next time you see me, you better hide your Zeldas, because they're in danger. Let's see if anyone can figure out that hint. Until that time, game over.